And now, pursuant to order made on Monday, April 27, 2015, the House shall now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider motion number 19 under Government Business.
I do now leave the chair for the House to go into Committee of the Whole. Before we begin this evening's debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold.
Each member speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. Pursuant to the order made on Tuesday, April 28, 2015, members may divide their time with another member. The debate will end after 4 hours, or when no member rises to speak.
And before we begin the debate, I'll remind honourable members that as we are in Committee of the Whole, members have the choice of where they wish to sit in the chamber. They'll be recognized, of course, from whatever seat they may choose. Due to the informality of such debates, it often assists in the tenor of the debate if members can sit closer to each other in the course of these debates, of course, on either side of the House. We will now begin tonight's Take Note debate accordingly. Mr. Van Loan moves that this committee take note of the ongoing situation in Ukraine. Debate, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I remember very clearly being in Moscow on a parliamentary mission in the mid-'80s as Gorbachev's perestroika got underway. This process had the potential to set the people of Russia free. But they were trapped in a fundamentally defective, undemocratic system, and to finally allow them to express their industriousness and their creativity in the service of their values and their interests. That's what the potential was back in the mid-'80s. Russia was facing serious challenges, but looking for ways to meet them. There was reason for optimism in Moscow those years. What followed in the 80s and the 90s was a turbulent period for Russia, one marked with great opportunity, but also great risks and sometimes great losses. Despite the difficulties, Russia made democratic strides and had the potential to leave those difficulties behind as the growing pains of a real democracy with a strong economy. How different things are today. Putin has done his utmost to put the genie back in the bottle. He is restricting his people's freedom at home and offering them false promises of global greatness through actions that in truth undermine Russia's status both in the region and on the broader international stage. Putin has even refused to take steps necessary for the Russian people to enjoy long-term prosperity. Instead, he has rewarded his friends and hoped that high oil prices would allow them to bankroll his regime. Today, the Russian people are paying the price for this cronyism and short-sightedness. The Russian economy is in no position to cope with the new economic realities, including the low price of oil. The Russian people are hurting. Entre-temps, les sanctions.
Meanwhile, Canada's sanctions and our partners' sanctions following the Russian aggression are taking effect. They're being felt. The Russian government has even admitted this.
In the past, it is trying to preserve Russia's outdated political system and its unreformed economy. It has little to offer the Russian people and is trying to hold the Ukrainian people back. In addition to its military activities, the regime is waging a propaganda war, using everything from state-controlled media to internet trolls to convince us that the Ukrainian government is fascist, that Russia has no troops in Ukraine, that Crimea voted to join Russia, and other falsehoods. Russia is hoping to use the democratic freedoms it curtails at home, and in particular its chokehold on freedom of the press, to spread disinformation and weaken Ukraine's resolve to defend its core values. It sees anyone's attachment to these freedoms as a weakness. This tells you all you need to know about how poorly Putin understands democracy and the power of democracies.
Russia depends on propaganda because they know what they're doing is unjustifiable.
Government that represents the spirit of perestroika that I witnessed in Red Square all those years ago. This is the second assault by the Putin regime on an independent country in barely over 5 years. We must not forget the attack on Georgia in 2008. Russia's actions in Ukraine call for a robust and sustained response by Canada and its partners. It means supporting Ukrainian people to exercise their sovereignty. It means supporting European security in the face of the Kremlin's attempts to change borders by force. It means imposing costs on the Putin regime in the Kremlin for its actions. Defending Ukraine in the face of Russia's aggression means defending pluralistic democracy, freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. It means building transparent and democratic institutions where bullies and thugs are held to account. Lasting peace and prosperity in Ukraine is dependent on having the capacity through democratic and transparent institutions to balance values and interests.
This is a disciplined, determined approach, and that is Canada's contribution to the people of the Ukraine.
$1 million in economic stabilization is important in terms of supporting the incredible list of civil societies. We know the contribution of non-lethal military equipment and training is vital to pushing back the oppressors. We know the support of our professional monitors what they provide is essential. But for me, it is the investment we provide in bilateral development to advance reform, democracy, and the rule of law that is most important. Without sound governance built on much-needed democratic reforms, only then will Ukraine prevail from the strength of its ideals and its belief in independence and self-rule. Contrast this to Putin's cronyism and his determination to undermine the Ukrainian people's sovereignty over their own government. It is, in other words, precisely what Russia aims to prevent. When it comes to supporting the people of Ukraine, Canada will not relent. Whether by sending hundreds of observers to support free and fair elections, by training judges to improve the independence and transparency of the judiciary, or by working directly with Ukrainian cities to enhance their ability to analyze their economies and to plan, Canada is helping to build up the Ukrainian state. In recent days, we have spoken about moral clarity in this place. We have to allow the people of Ukraine to emerge from this crisis with the power, the will, and the intellectual and moral impetus to shape their country in accordance with their own values. The Ukrainian people will not be intimidated. Last year, they took to the streets to ensure their country would stay on the European path and paid for it in blood when the Yanukovych regime cracked down. But they persisted and prevailed. Today, they face a similar challenge as the Putin regime attempts to intimidate them into submission. This tactic failed for Yanukovych, and it will fail for Putin. Canada and the international community stands with the people of Ukraine. Today and tomorrow, the Ukrainian people can count on us standing shoulder to shoulder with them as they work to secure their country's future as a secure, stable, and prosperous democracy. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments. And surely we are all united in wanting to see a better future for Ukraine. I would like to quote from the Minister of Finance for Ukraine, who said recently, and I quote, "International support can only be effective if the Ukrainian government is also effective and diligent in its efforts to reform the country, fight corruption, improve transparency and accountability, improve the rule of law and create the conditions for the return of economic growth and transparency. The Minister mentioned building democracy. He mentioned election observers. I've been one on 4 occasions. But can he be more specific? What kind of support, what kind of specific support is Canada offering Ukraine that would address the very real and serious concerns raised by the Ukrainian Finance Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for that question. I think strides have been made within that country, and we are very supportive of the presidency, of President Poroshenko, and one of the elements that he and the members of his government are committed to is the kind of reform that the honourable member mentions in her comments. And yes, Canada has made considerable assistance, and I mean just the fact that she alone was an election observer, I think she said on 4 different occasions, is part of the assistance that Canada has always contributed to this part of the world. But one of the things that we've done is $35 million in bilateral development assistance to advance democracy, human rights, rule of law, and to support civil society. We are working very closely with individuals and NGOs in that part of the world to ensure that Ukraine stays on the right track. But Mr. Speaker, they are the ones who are being oppressed. They are the ones who are being bullied. They are the ones who have been threatened. And we have to give every benefit of the doubt to them and ensure that they continue to have the support they so richly deserve.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the Minister for his comments this evening and for the motion that's before the House and the opportunity to discuss this matter. It's not the first time. I remember when we gathered in December, I think 2 Christmases ago, to talk about what was going on in the Euromaidan, and there has been some movement since that time, but there's also been a great deal of tragedy. I would like to ask the Minister about measures that Canada can take to be strong and forceful in this situation, apart from the training. That matter will be commented upon in detail by our Foreign Affairs critic, and as I think it's already a matter of public record, we support the government in this initiative. It's important to make those resources available. But I'd like to ask the Minister particularly about some economic measures that could be helpful in bringing a resolution to this situation. And I know it's an extremely complicated matter. It's easier said than done. But I would like to know what discussion has been held among foreign affairs ministers or finance ministers within NATO or among others of our allies about the SWIFT financial system, which of course is the system that facilitates international banking. Russian commerce is facilitated by SWIFT. If Russia's participation in SWIFT were in some way interdicted, that would have a very powerful impact. I realize it's a complicated matter, and as I said, it's easier said than done. But I would like to have the Minister's reflections on to the extent to which this measure has been discussed among foreign ministers or finance ministers within NATO or otherwise.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you very much. And the honourable member quite rightly raises the whole question of the economy. I can tell him that the measure that we have taken on sanctions against entities and individuals is in effect applying economic pressure on those who are oppressing the Ukrainian people here. Nous avons les plus sévères régimes.
We have the toughest regimes in the world.
70 entities and individuals are on that, so that's part of that. But on the other hand, we have providing loans assistance to Ukraine because we believe that extending financial assistance to them will help them develop the economy and stay on track. With the honourable member mentions the SWIFT network. It's a private entity owned by the Belgium law. Such action would require a significant multilateral effect in terms of cutting Russian banks. That being said, though, we will continue to support them on an economic level, which is what we have done in terms of hundreds of millions of dollars. And we have made it very clear in our discussions with them that our support is for the long term. It's not just for the next 5 weeks, 5 months. They can count on us for as long as this takes. We are going to stand with them. And I agree with the honourable member. It has to be done on every level. Sanctions are a part of it. The assistance that we are providing with the 200 troops that we are providing to them to provide training, this is all part of the efforts that Canada is taking, and that certainly will continue. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank this minister for all his support and help, both as the Minister of Foreign Affairs now and his previous incarnation as Minister of National Defence. There's nobody been stronger on this file, and I'm very grateful for the fact that in his name I was able to send or announce 238 night vision goggles, which Canada recently sent state-of-the-art to Ukraine to help those soldiers. But my question, Mr. Chair, it has to do with the ceasefire between Ukraine and the Russian-backed rebels. They have signed the Minsk agreement, but I have tremendous concerns about the conduct and the execution of this agreement, the Minsk agreement, and I was wondering if the minister would be kind enough to comment on that.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I would be glad to do so, Mr. Speaker, but I want to thank this member, Mr. Speaker, for all his efforts in this particular area. He has continually taken an interest and has been very supportive of all our actions in this area. He's indeed has showed leadership of that, and I want to publicly thank him for that. He asked me to comment on the ceasefire that between Ukraine and Russian-backed rebels. We're having a look, obviously, very closely at what's happened since the February 12th Minsk agreement, and we have been very clear we will judge Russia on its actions, quite apart from any agreements that they say they are supporting. And we're prepared, as we said, to take further action against Russia should they fail to implement this agreement. And so we remain committed to supporting Ukraine to be a democratic, stable, and prosperous country. And Canada has a great record on this. I was a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I remember in the 1980s when Prime Minister Brian Mulroney was the first world leader to step forward to recognize the independence, the freedom of Ukraine. And I remember being how proud I was to be a member of that government. And, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing here is certainly consistent with what the actions that we have taken as a government and the government of Brian Mulroney, and I'm very proud that we are doing this and making very clear to Russia that they have to live up to these agreements, because our opposition and the opposition, I believe, of many of our allies is going to be continuously with Ukraine, because we believe ultimately in their prosperity, their freedom, and their security.
Time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, all parliamentarians in this House stand with Ukraine, and we continue to want to send a very strong message to Putin to get out of Ukrainian territory. So we appreciate that. I do want to raise the issue of the humanitarian situation in Ukraine, because we know that there are more than 1 million people in Ukraine who have been displaced. There is tremendous concern about the economic well-being of people in Ukraine, with the hryvnia, the currency, having dropped by more than 70%. And I know the minister talked about offering some loans to Ukraine, but given that they're so highly indebted, the conflict is costing them $5 million a day. I'm wondering what specific humanitarian aid is being offered to help people in their desperate need, those that have been affected by this conflict. And given the desperate financial situation, can we do more to help the economy of Ukraine and to help their indebtedness?
The Honourable Minister, a short response, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I guess, when we're in Committee of the Whole. Mr. Chair, quite apart from the loans assistance that I referred to in a previous question, Canada has a very impressive record in this area. We have committed more than $568 million worth of assistance to Ukraine since January 2014. And yes, it does include humanitarian assistance, in fact, on every level, because I do agree with the honourable member that as important as our support for the military of Ukraine and the soldiers that we are there for training and the exercises that we have participated in as part of NATO, ours has to be a complete package, which it is. And we are supporting them on every level, on whether it's their democratic institutions, their economic institutions. We are helping them on the humanitarian side. We are providing millions of dollars in that particular area, and rightly so. We want to have a complete package to assist them, and that's exactly what we are going to continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to go to resuming debate, but before we get to that, just a note to honourable members in respect to the period that we have for questions and comments. Unlike the usual time when we're chairing in the House, when the House is in session, the Speaker can stand, and that usually interrupts if the Speaker, whoever has the floor at the time, goes on too long. Whoever the chair occupant is can stand, and of course the microphone gets cut off, and we carry on to the next item. We don't have that same advantage when we're chairing from the table here, so we'll try and give you a bit of a hand signal to let you know that your time is just about up, but I would certainly appreciate the cooperation of honourable members through the debate this evening to think about a 1 minute, roughly 1 minute response, or pardon me, question and response, and that will keep things running, and it'll help other honourable members who may wish to pose questions in the course of the debate to participate in this evening's Take Note debate. So with that, we will go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and I do appreciate your comments, and the fact that we only have 10 minutes is not very long. So I'll try to cut right to the chase here, and I will first of all want to agree with my colleague from Parkdale Hyde Park that we stand here in solidarity with the people of Ukraine as they struggle to confront the many problems that they have, and at the same time deal with the fact that the Russians are trying to undermine the stability that we thought they had achieved. But what's frightening in a way, Mr. Speaker, is how quickly a situation deteriorated from a year and a half ago to what we're dealing with today. Now, originally this debate was going to be about the subject of Canadian support to help train and build the capacity of Ukrainian military personnel. Let's turn to a more broad point to talk about the situation in Ukraine. So I guess people can talk about whatever aspect of it is important to them. I do want to talk about the current situation that we have with the UN Human Rights Office recognizing that since last April, only 1 year ago, more than 6,000 people, military and civilians, have been killed and some 15,000 wounded. And the conditions in the eastern Ukraine, particularly those areas held by anti-government forces, are extremely difficult. In northern Donetsk and Luhansk, water and electricity supplies are frequently disrupted by shelling and rocket attacks, and the number of people internally displaced is now reached some 1.2 million people. That's an astonishing situation in about a year. And we know how this started, Mr. Speaker, with the instability in the government and the actions by Yanukovych and the path that Ukraine was on to make an arrangement, economic close arrangement with Europe, was stopped by the then Prime Minister, and that led to protests, which eventually led to a civil war after he was deposed. And how quickly that turned into the situation we have now is really an indication of how much instability there was in Ukraine that could be fomented into the civil war so quickly. And who can forget, Mr. Chair, the shock of last July, 2014, when the Malaysian Airlines flight MH17 was shot down with the loss of 298 lives. I think all of us were shocked to know that such a thing could happen. A civilian airliner with innocent rights of passage over Ukraine was shot down in a situation, and then to be followed by the horrific scenes of preventing rescue personnel and international relief efforts to try and remove the bodies and bring them back to loved ones. That was a shock to all of us, that this could happen so rapidly in a country that was on the road, we thought, to a relationship that was with some harmony, with some conflict and dispute, yes, but with an opportunity at least to have a relationship with Europe, as well as hopefully continuing a relationship with Russia. That turned out not to be possible, and we are where we are today. A lot of work has been done, and I want to talk about some of the military side of it, because this debate has been prompted by the recent decision by Canada to send 200 troops to Ukraine to help in training and building the capacity of the Ukrainian military, which I think is very important for the stability of Ukraine, for the ability of the Ukrainian people to maintain their territorial integrity and have the ability to do that. We know that there's serious problems in the Ukrainian military. You know, when we tried to deliver non-lethal weaponry, we actually had to build up our own supply lines to make sure that the goods got to the place where they were supposed to get, because of ongoing problems with corruption within the Ukrainian military. Something has to be done about that, and I think NATO has stepped in to do that. There's 5 trust funds set up by NATO to help make that possible. The Logistics and Standardization Trust Fund, Control, Command, Communications Trust Fund that Canada has contributed $1 million to, the Cyber Defense Trust Fund, the Military Career Management Trust Fund, and a Medical Rehabilitation Trust Fund. These are funds that were set up by NATO to try to build on the medium-term professionalism and growth and ability of the Ukrainian military to do a proper job. Canada has also contributed to the NATO reassurance mission. And I think we need to put that in the right perspective. What was the purpose of that? It was the purpose of that was to show, first of all, the Russians, Mr. Putin in particular, but also to show our allies, particularly in the Baltics and the neighboring states of Russia, that NATO means business, that Article 5, the special and most important clause of the NATO treaty, where one person or one country attacked, all others will come to their defense. That was particularly concerning to the Baltic states, to Latvia, to Lithuania, to Estonia. They felt very, very vulnerable, and as a result, of course, NATO stepped up the efforts called the reassurance package. Canada participated quite dramatically in that with aircraft, with naval vessels, and with training missions both in Poland and contributing for the first time to Baltic air policing that's been going on since 2005. I think that was an important contribution. As a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I've been to Riga in Latvia, and I've been to Vilnius. We do learn from those experiences how important NATO is to these countries who are recently part of NATO and were part of the former Soviet Union. It's extremely important to them to know that NATO is there for them to help. So NATO has played a very significant role, and Canada being a part of that, to provide that assurance is there. It's indirectly helping Ukraine. I think the government has overplayed that a little bit and said this was a direct support to Ukraine. It did support Ukraine because Ukraine was aware that NATO and the allies were sure to be make sure Mr. Putin did not go any farther than he has, and the sanctions are a very important part of that. But that was a indirect assistance to Ukraine. The direct assistance that we're talking about now with 200 troops to provide some training is important as well. But it's not It's, as has been stated, and I imagine the Minister of Defence will speak in a little while and talk about what the exact role is. These are some of the questions that we wanted answered. We wanted a debate in this House. We wanted to have a vote on this. We wanted to know what exactly was happening. I say I have a couple of minutes left, Mr. Speaker, so I'll try to clue up. But we do know that Ukraine needs a lot of help, not just on that military side, but as the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, that it has we have to talk about the stability of the long-term stability of the Ukraine. And I'll end by reflecting on the statement made by the Minister of Defence that was quoted by the Minister of Finance of Ukraine, which was quoted by my colleague from Parkdale, Hyde Park, because it's a role for Ukrainian government to play and people to play. There needs to be a lot of institutional changes. I know from talking to people from Ukraine that the whole issue of corruption is extremely important. That has to be fixed. Canada should be able to make a bigger contribution to that specific aspect than it has been so far. But what Natalie Jaresko, the Ukrainian Minister of Defence, said in March of this year, international support can only be effective if the Ukrainian government is also effective and diligent in its efforts to reform the country, fight corruption, improve transparency and accountability, improve the rule of law, and create the conditions for the return of economic growth and prosperity. We do know, Mr. Speaker, that the European Union has put up 11 billion euros to assist in economic development, and 5 billion of that has already been advanced in loans and grants, and that's a considerable, significant effort. There's a strong international effort to help Ukrainian people, and Canada should be and is a part of it. We do have some issues about that, and I think my colleagues, the Foreign Affairs critic for our party, and others will make some comments on that in the debate as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague from St. John's East. And I think it's going to be a fairly constructive, collegial, mutually supportive debate in the long term, or in writ large. But of course, we're there to help with this latest effort by Canada to help Ukrainians train, to help them become better equipped to withstand whatever Putin may be throwing their way. And it may seem like a small amount, but it'll be added to by NATO and the rest of our allies. But I'd like my colleague to perhaps get inside Putin's head a little bit, which may be a pretty scary place. But, you know, the ultimate aim of what he's doing, and you know, he's taken Crimea, and of course there's a long bit of stretch of territory between Russia and Crimea. What does my colleague think of what Putin's aim might be with respect to forming a land bridge by force if necessary, gradually if necessary, between Russia and Crimea, and joining the two?
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know, I thank the honourable member for Edmonton Centre for his question. It's a one that gives rise to a lot of discussion. And I mentioned the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I've attended several meetings over the last number of months, and the topic of discussion is about what is the intention of and strategy that Mr. Putin is following. And some of the strongest experts have said that he's operating tactically, not strategically, that there isn't a grand plan, that the taking of Crimea was in fact opportunistic, that depending on how the reactions are from the West and from how resolute the support is for Ukraine, for example, and in terms of the kind of things that NATO is doing, I think the NATO reassurance package has made a difference. So I'm not sure there's a master plan. I think that Mr. Putin is opportunistic, I think, is the consensus by some of the experts. So and not predictable in that sense. But I think it's important that the sanctions that are there are kept up and kept strong, but also conditional on behavior that Putin might or might not do. I don't think we can say that we're going to have sanctions forever, regardless of what happens. I think we may have to start putting some conditions on the sanctions so that we can maybe change behavior and make it work.
Some comments. The honourable member for Wascana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think, as most people have mentioned this evening, over the many months that this topic has been discussed, on the floor of the House of Commons or in our parliamentary committees, it has largely been a non-partisan discussion with all parties representing the vast majority of Canadians wanting to do everything conceivable and reasonable to support freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in Ukraine, and to assist the Ukrainian people in facing the interference that they are facing from Russia. The training mission in that regard is important. We indicated very quickly after this announcement was made by the government that we would be supportive. I take it from what the defence critic for the NDP has said tonight that his party as well is supporting the training mission that Canada has sent to Ukraine, and I wonder if he could elaborate upon that support.
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the member for Wascana for his intervention and his question. Yes, we have considered the situation with the military support that's being offered here. We do have questions about it as to whether it's effective in dealing with the major problems that the Ukrainian military has. We know that they have serious problems. They've been criticized by the International Crisis Group for very serious problems at the senior level, lack of transparency, some corruption at the senior levels. We wonder whether this is going to help solve those problems and what other plans Canada has to do that. But what's being proposed here in terms of providing training to individuals to deal with improvised explosives, to provide medical assistance, to do that kind of training in the NATO facility, we don't have a problem with that at all. We're just not sure it's the most effective thing that we could be doing. But obviously we think that the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian military does need a lot of support to be able to be a more effective opportunity to defend its sovereignty.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for very cogent remarks. I thank those who suggested this debate tonight. Those who have people of Ukrainian Canadian heritage in their community know that this is an important matter front of mind. You can't grow up in our community without either having Ukrainian Canadians in your family or having those as close friends. So this is obviously near and dear to the hearts of many of us here tonight who are taking our time to try to bring this forward. And as the colleague across the way said, this is a collegial debate. We all want to support Ukraine. I noticed that our country has just come out of a donor conference, which started as a donor conference and became, as I understand, the International Support for Ukraine conference, just ended yesterday in Ukraine. But the Europeans and the Americans are being very clear. They want to continue to support Ukraine, including the military assistance and training, but on condition that the country genuinely start moving towards rule of law, democratic governance, and more equitable sharing of the resources. So I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to what additionally Canada could do. We have tended to focus on the support of the military assistance, but can I suggest we go back to the report that came out of our mission that I joined to Ukraine in 2012, where our recommendations included ensuring that Ukraine moves to a more democratic, rule of law nation. What can we do additionally to make sure they move in that direction and not abandon them?
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank the member for her words and for her recognition of the importance of the Ukrainian population in Canada. I went to law school in Edmonton, and I know a lot of fellow students were Ukrainian. It's very and one of my former colleagues in this House of Commons in 1987-88, the Honourable Raymond Tishon, became the Governor General of Canada, the first Governor General of Ukrainian descent, and everybody was very proud of that in the Ukrainian community, and rightly so. So they play an important role. Canada also has an important role, and potentially a significant role to be able to play on the governance side. We are a federation. We have an understanding of how federations work. There's been suggestion that one of the solutions within Ukraine to maintain, keep the country unified, is to develop some sort of regional participation in governance to help bridge some of the differences and the problems. That's somewhere where Canada can help. So where is that in this equation? And I'd like to hear something from the government about that, and what plans they might have to help in that way.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief. I appreciate the intervention from the NDP defence critic, and appreciate the work that he and I have been able to do together on national defence issues, including on Ukraine. But I want to go back to the question that came from the minister, or from the member from West Canada, when he specifically asked, where is the NDP on the greater need of assisting the Ukrainian military? UCC, on top of being supportive of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, being supportive of this training mission, of having Canadian soldiers there to provide the doctrine and the much-needed training at both a unit and individual level to deal with tactics and operations. Beyond that, where do you feel, or Mr. Chair, where does the member feel we need to be going in assisting Ukraine's military, as been suggested by Ukrainian Canadian Congress, which is also that they're advocating for more kinetic and non-kinetic military aid?
Well, member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank the member for his question, although it's a question that he hasn't answered, nor has his government answered, in terms of what's the best way for Ukrainians to be actually helped. It's a matter of great debate in Europe as to what the next steps might be. I think what we're doing now, in terms of assisting the Ukrainian people to have a more effective and professional military, is the first step, as an important step, and the kind of training that we're providing will help to do that. I think anything beyond that is a very difficult question, because there is a question is, where does it go from there, and what does that lead to? And I don't think that we're ready to answer that question. Talk is cheap, and tough talk is easy to say. But when you look at the situation that we're dealing with, and the Europeans are very conscious of this because of their history, we have to avoid a situation which goes further than when we see the full consequences of. We don't want to start a new Cold War. We don't want to start a hot war. We want to manage the situation in such a way that Mr. Putin and the Russians are well aware of the consequences of what might happen, and that we are able to manage the situation without leading to a hot war.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I have to say that I and the Liberal Party welcome this Take Note debate. Canada has been involved in a significant manner in support of Ukraine in a number of different ways over the past year, and I think it's a good thing for us to meet tonight to discuss the latest involvement, which is the provision of training for Ukrainian soldiers, a measure that we have said quite clearly that we support. Speaking very candidly, I would also like to point out, and I'm very proud of this, that if we go back to December 2013, it was in fact my colleague from Wascana who first brought the need to come to the assistance of Ukraine to the attention of the House. And we have done quite a bit since then, and I commend the government for it, and we will, of course, be continuing to do that. Il est important pour nous, en tant que
as members of Parliament, it is important for us to state why Canada has taken the position it has taken in order to come and help Ukraine.
We in Canada recognize the sovereignty of Ukraine. It's important to say that. A country which is totally free to chart its own destiny. It doesn't matter one bit that this is a country which at one time was part of the Soviet Union. The past is irrelevant, if I can put it that way. History cannot be allowed to dictate the future. Since the breakup of the Soviet Union, Ukraine has been an independent and sovereign country, and that is the fundamental starting point of this discussion. Prenons la Crimée comme point de
Let us take Crimea as a starting point. Crimea is part of Ukraine. For over 50 years now, 50 years ago, the Khrushchev regime of the Soviet Union ceded Crimea, but kept Sebastopol's naval base. Crimea is Ukrainian. That is the end of it. Let us also add the fact that Ukraine got rid of its nuclear arms in the 90s, an act which was supposed to guarantee the integrity of their territory. This was a commitment that was not respected by Russia. I repeat, Ukraine is a sovereign country that includes Crimea and all other Ukrainian territories, including the eastern parts of the country, even if there are certain Russian ethnic citizens in that country. No external power has the right to violate this territorial integrity.
Ukraine made the decision to turn to the West for economic reasons in order to seek greater ties with Europe. It is perfectly free to do so. These are decisions that sovereign countries make. President Putin is not entitled to protest such a decision for the simple reason that it might create more competition for Russian exports. Nor is he allowed to invoke the historical past and argue that Russia somehow has a say in such a decision. Nor is President Putin entitled to say that he is coming to the rescue of those Ukrainians who want to remain closely allied to Russia, whether for ethnic or other reasons. It's simply none of his business, to put it bluntly, and for anyone to invoke historical ties or previous dominance is unacceptable. It is a matter for Ukraine to decide its future destiny because it is a sovereign state. It's important for a country such as Canada to stand up for Ukraine, and this is what we have done with various measures in the past year.
Canada has decided to act in order to show Russia that its behavior, starting with the invasion of Crimea, has been completely unacceptable. We all support this decision. Now let us go into the details, beginning with economic sanctions. Like other countries, like the United States of America and other European countries, Canada has decided to impose economic sanctions on certain Russian citizens, especially those who are close to the president of that country. This type of sanction can have a long-term effect. However, we must be patient and persistent. Eventually it will work, and we have already seen the fruits of this. The price of oil has also gone down, which is Russia's main export. This has had bad consequences on the Russian economy. However, we must continue to be patient, and we must continue to isolate Russia. As we know full well, the Russian money is losing its value, and President Putin himself recently announced a reduction of Russia's GDP, a reduction of 4% this year.
Sanctions work. Look at Iran, for example, but you have to be patient and you have to ramp them up over time so that their effect becomes more and more constraining. No amount of bravado on the part of President Putin can disguise the fact that economic sanctions are having a negative effect on Russia, and eventually it will become hard to hide from the majority of Russian citizens. Before leaving the issue of sanctions, it's important to point out that it's not so much the number of people that you sanction as it is who you sanction. It is for this reason that the Liberal Party of Canada has been asking for a long time that Igor Sechin, possibly the second most powerful person in Russia after Putin and an extremely close confidant of the president, be added by Canada to the list of sanctioned people. The United States and other countries have done this, and we simply can't understand why Canada has not yet done so. The same applies to Vladimir Yakunin. We need to follow our strong rhetoric with strong action. Other measures taken by Canada include the following military and security-related measures: contributing to the NATO reassurance mission, providing Ukrainian forces with non-kinetic military equipment, and of course what we're discussing today, the recent decision, which the Liberal Party supports, of providing training to Ukrainian soldiers at bases in the west of the country over the next 2 years. And some have raised the issue that Canada could end up providing training to soldiers of questionable loyalty. Having spoken to a D&D official recently at the Foreign Affairs Committee on this matter recently, I am not concerned about that risk. Finally, Canada is also making available RadarSat-2 satellite data to Ukraine in order to provide it with greater situational awareness of what is happening on its territory.
Beyond all of this, Canada has committed itself to provide a modest economic help, $200 million in fact. It has also opened doors to discussions with a possible free trade agreement. The Liberal Party believes that this is also important. It's important that Canada eliminates certain tariffs on Ukrainian exports in order to stimulate their economy. Beyond all of this, Canada must also involve itself in the process that seeks to make Ukrainian institutions democratic, especially in order to help the country to get rid of corruption, which is a significant problem. Let us remember that Ukraine has not a very long democratic tradition.
Diplomacy. While RPM's strong words to President Putin at the G20 Australian summit may have made us feel good, it's important never to close the door to diplomacy and the negotiation, and this is what has effectively happened between Canada and Russia. While our position may be clear, solutions are never found without diplomacy and discussion, even if those discussions are difficult. Angela Merkel, François Hollande, they understand this and they continue diplomatic efforts. I hope that we in Canada will also be part of future discussions. Otherwise, we remain somewhat on the sidelines in helping find any possible solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his speech. I listened carefully. He referred to negotiations, international relations between Canada, Europe, Russia, Ukraine, and the importance of these negotiations and talks. And I would agree that we need to be able to talk to one another. And my concern is, I would like his opinion on the situation with Russia and what is their motives. Are they willing to negotiate? Are they willing to dialogue? And are they able to? We've seen that there's a very strategic information, a strategic plan that comes out of Russia through their media. And it's not an open media. It's controlled by the state. And also Angela Merkel has met with Putin. And every time the president meets, it is almost like starting from the beginning, Mr. Speaker. So does he believe that Russia is open to dialogue, or is he using any dialogue as a stall tactic to be able to move his forces further into Russia?
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will admit with my colleague that so far there does not appear to have been any progress whatsoever on the diplomatic front. Nevertheless, having said that, I asked in committee recently whether Canada was still trying to keep the door open in terms of bilateral discussions with Russia. Angela Merkel, of course, at that Australian G20 summit, spent 4 hours with Mr. Putin. She continues to try to engage him so far in the Minsk agreement and things like that, so far with very limited, well, I would say no success so far, but she continues to keep that door open. And I think that, even in diplomatic situations that are as difficult as this, if somebody like Angela Merkel and François Hollande, who have also put sanctions and who have also got a lot at stake in this particular situation, are able to keep the door open. There is nothing to prevent us from doing what we have done so far, and yet still maintaining that ability to actually speak to Russians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the member for Westmount Ville Marie a question concerning the role of sanctions here. And I know you mentioned the efforts of the diplomatic efforts of François Hollande and Angela Merkel, and the lengthy and ongoing 18 hours, I think, of negotiations to get to Minsk, which was denounced by this government, but at least provided a framework where the tone was turned down a little bit. The question of the sanctions or the ceasefire actually holding perfectly is still at large. But on the point of view of sanctions, have there been enough sanctions, and have they been specific enough in terms of whether they're conditional? Are these sanctions that are going to be there forever, as long as Crimea is in the hands of Russia, or are they sanctions that some are there forever until that happens, and others may be conditional upon behavior of the Russian Federation in terms of what they're doing in the eastern Ukraine? Is that something that the member would care to comment on in terms of the value of sanctions and what they actually are for?
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville Marie.
I thank my colleague for the question. I believe, the Liberal Party believes that sanctions in a phased manner, progressively being applied more and more strongly, are a way to deter somebody from taking certain actions, as in the case of President Putin in eastern Ukraine and Crimea. The thing about sanctions is that they do take time to have their effect felt, and you have to be willing to increase the amplitude of those sanctions, and that's why my colleague from Wascana was asking the question about the SWIFT measures, which are very, very powerful and difficult sanctions to implement, but certainly are very powerful on the economic front. If we begin the process of putting sanctions in place, we have to be prepared to continue to strengthen them over time, and we must all, countries who believe the same thing as Canada, be prepared to be consistent and to continue to apply those sanctions. And I will repeat something I said in my speech. It's not necessarily how many people that you sanction, it's who you sanction. And again, I would like to ask the government why Igor Sechin and Vladimir Yakunin are not on that list, when these are key people who are very powerful and very close to Mr. Putin.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hope we will hear this evening from the Minister of National Defence about the precise details of the training mission that is now underway, exactly the role being played by Canadians, and his forecast for how that mission will unfold. But I wonder if I could ask my colleague in the meantime, now that Canada is committed to that, and he indicated Liberals are supportive of that measure, would it be useful for Canada and for this Parliament in what is likely to be a rather busy political season in Canada in the months ahead, but for a committee of Canadian parliamentarians to have the opportunity to visit the training sites in Ukraine in the period immediately ahead, so that we could all better inform ourselves of the exact nature of that training mission that is now beginning to get underway?
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank my colleague from Wascana for that question, which I have to say right away, I think that would be a very good idea. I have to, as I've done on many occasions, repeat the fact that I complimented previous Foreign Minister Baird on the fact that he invited me and the member from Ottawa Centre to go to Iraq last September And that was very much appreciated because big decisions have been made in the case of Iraq, and for all the parties to have at least one person who has some understanding of, on the ground, of some of the more important details is certainly appreciated. And if the government chose to follow up on what my colleague has said, I think that would be an extremely good idea, because I think we're here for the long haul, and a multi-party delegation going to the training installations in Western Ukraine, I think, would allow all parties to have a good sense of what our 200 troops are going to be doing over there for the next couple of years at least.
Questions and comments? Time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to my colleague, and I was wondering if you could comment for us on the Budapest Memorandum. He's probably aware that when Ukraine became independent, they signed a memorandum and they gave up their nuclear weapons. And that was so that these countries who signed on to this respected their boundaries. Russia signed on to this, and obviously they have not respected Ukraine's boundaries. And I was wondering if you could comment, is Russia really serious when they want to talk about negotiations, given their previous behavior? Could he comment on his position on that?
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Well, thank you for the question, and with great respect, I said it in French, but I referred to, I didn't call it the Budapest Treaty, but I said in the 90s, Ukraine rid itself of its nuclear weapons on the understanding that its territorial integrity would be protected. And you're quite right, it hasn't been protected. We've seen that all very, very clearly. Make no mistake about it, Mr. Putin is totally guilty 100% of violating the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And I think everybody in this room is in agreement with that part. And the Budapest Treaty is another glaring example of an undertaking that was not respected.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of National Defence and Minister for Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to you and members of the committee for their participation in this important debate about Canada's ongoing and forward-leaning leadership role in supporting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine against the aggression planned and executed by Russian President Vladimir Putin in his support of violent extremists who are responsible for the loss of thousands of lives in Ukraine over the past many months, including, Mr. Chairman, the Government of Canada believes that the ultimate responsibility for the terrible crime and disaster of the Malaysian Airlines flight being shot down over eastern Ukrainian territory rests with the Kremlin, rests with President Putin. And we join with all free and civilized peoples in demanding accountability for that terrible crime, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to contribute to this important debate concerning our ongoing response, as I've said.
When Russia launched its attack against Ukraine in February of last year, beginning with an illegal occupation of Crimea, Canada immediately showed solidarity to the Ukrainian people. We will continue to act that way today.
Clear quotes, Canada continues to stand with the people of Ukraine in the face of the Putin regime's ongoing aggression. And as he said, face à face to President Putin at the margins of the G20 summit in Melbourne last fall, I will shake your hand just so that I can tell you that you need to get out of Ukraine now.
On April 13th, the Prime Minister and the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Lawson, and myself announced support to reinforce Ukraine's self-defense, which will start later this year. This adds to the efforts that the Department of National Defense has already offered to Ukraine. Instruction will take place in western Ukraine, particularly at the NATO Center for Training at Yavoriv. And I would add, Mr. Chair, that Canada and the United States have helped Ukraine with the construction of this training center a couple of years ago. And there will also be the Ukrainian National Defense Ministry will be moving to southwest Ukraine, and there will be training for improvised explosive devices.
Contribution will consist of approximately 200 personnel that will provide training assistance until March 21st, 2017. That is the decision of the government. Of course, a government at that time will make a decision as to whether or not to expand or extend the training mission. It will do so in the fields of individual and unit tactics training, which most lay people would understand as conventional military training. Secondly, military police skills and procedures. Thirdly, explosive ordnance disposal. Fourthly, flight safety training, combat first aid, and logistics system modernization. Now, let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the Canadian Armed Forces will not only train units from the Canadian Armed Forces will only train units from the Ukrainian Armed Forces, not from individual militias, contrary to some inaccurate media reports in the Ottawa Citizen.
We will work in close cooperation with Ukraine's Ministry of the Interior, which will undertake a full investigation into everyone who participates in this training. We will also continue to share satellite imagery and intelligence with the Ukrainian government so that they can remain aware of the situation.
Imagery with Ukraine has no negative effect on Canada's ability to use RadarSat-2 for supporting the defence and security of Canada, again, contrary to inaccurate and misleading reports that appeared in the Ottawa Citizen. And I should point out, Mr. Speaker, that when President Petro Poroshenko visited us in Ottawa last autumn, his #1 ask of Canada was the sharing of these RadarSat images to assist Ukraine in having a better situational understanding of the Russian threat posed within their own territory. And I'm pleased to say that within days of becoming Minister of National Defense, we signed the Memorandum of Understanding and began sharing those images on a regular basis, and they have been enormously helpful to the Ukrainians.
Hear, hear.
Canada's contribution has been fully coordinated and synchronized with the efforts of the United States in the region through the United States-Ukraine Joint Commission. This support to the Ukrainian people exemplifies Canada's commitment to work with our international allies and partners to help build Ukraine's capacity and to preserve and promote a free, democratic, and peaceful region. We are helping Ukraine with the resources available. This past August, Canada provided non-lethal military supplies to Ukraine, including a range of targeted protection, medical and logistical equipment, such as 7,000 helmets, 30,000 sets of ballistic eyewear, 2,300 protective vests, 300 first aid kits, 100 tents, and 735 sleeping bags. When he spoke to this very place, where you're sitting, Mr. Speaker, this past September, President Poroshenko said, and I quote, "As a commander-in-chief, as a Ukrainian, and as a father of a soldier, I thank Canada for each life that it has saved today in the Ukrainian Donbass by the helmets and bulletproof vests you gave us," unquote. Since that time, we've made further commitments. Canada committed to a further contribution of non-lethal military supplies. From that commitment, Canada has delivered 30,000 coats, 70,000 Gore-Tex boots, and other equipment. And I've been told by Ukrainians who have contact with the troops that this Canadian equipment was throughout the last winter the most desired equipment in the Ukrainian military. In fact, it became known as kanadki, basically Canadian wear, a very popular expression of solidarity. Once manufacturing is finalized, Canada will also be sending 22 Harris high-frequency radios, 238 pairs of PVS-7 night vision goggles, 1,100 tactical medical kits, a mobile field hospital structure, and a yet-to-be-determined amount of explosive ordnance disposal equipment. And let me add a word of appreciation for the enormous contributions made charitably by Canadians, many but not all, of the Canadian-Ukrainian community who have contributed millions of dollars to support first aid kits and indeed medical doctors who have flown to Ukraine to act as medical volunteers. We salute them for their contribution, Mr. Speaker.
Along with this commitment, the government announced in January of last year a contribution of over $575 million to help Ukraine. This funding includes initiatives to promote stability and economic growth, to strengthen security, and to promote civil society. And I would add, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, that Ukraine is the only country in Europe with which Canada has a humanitarian aid development program. In August 2014, we provided military equipment, non-lethal equipment to Ukraine, such as ballistic protection, helmets, and other equipment, and we have committed to providing further equipment.
Signed a declaration of intent with Ukraine for joint military training and capacity building in response to Russia's belligerence. And in January, we formalized the provision of military assistance to Ukraine by joining the U.S.-Ukraine Joint Commission and agreeing to co-chair with Ukraine that Commission's military police subcommittee. I'd also like to speak to the strong role that we are playing in NATO assurance measures. We made robust contributions to strengthening security in Central and Eastern Europe by providing $1 million to the NATO Trust Fund for Ukraine, with a focus on improving its command, control, communications, and computer capabilities. We've contributed to 3 NATO-accredited centers of excellence in the Baltic region on cyber defense, energy, security, and strategic communications, and, of course, the deployment of Canadian military personnel and assets in Central and Eastern Europe as part of Operation Reassurance, including CF-18s who participated in Baltic air policing patrols, the HMCS Fredericton participating in patrols in the Black Sea, and over 200 Canadian infantrymen who are present in Poland as we speak. Sur terre, l'armée canadienne est déployée en Europe.
The Canadian Army is in Central Europe, as I said, and this is a show of confidence for your Eastern European countries.
All of this constitutes a robust response by Canada. Let there be no doubt, with this further military training operation, that Canada, Canadians, and the Canadian Armed Forces stand side by side, our Ukrainian friends and partners, in sending a message of strength and resolve to a bully in Vladimir Putin, who only understands the language of deterrence. Mr. Speaker, we continue to stand by the people of Ukraine. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank the Minister of Defence for his comments and take this opportunity, since we're focused on the military aspects of Canadian support, to assure those following this discussion and debate that we in this House and the NDP stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and fully support the efforts of the NATO reassurance package that Canada participated in a large way, and acknowledge the support of Canada to the positive support of Canada to the 3 centres of excellence that NATO has in the in the Balkans, as well as our contribution to Baltic air policing and the provision of non-lethal equipment and support to the Ukrainian military. And I'm glad to hear from the Minister that it was much appreciated and recognized as a Canadian contribution by those who received it. I will ask the Minister, though, I'm reliably informed that in order to ensure that the equipment that we're talking about actually got to the place it needed to go, Canada actually had to set up its own supply chain to make sure that happened, partly because of difficulties at the senior level of the Ukrainian military, which has been not my criticism, but criticism of the International Crisis Group and others, that there's problems. Some aid coming from the U.S., for example, ended up on the black market very quickly. So that indicates some serious problems within the military. Is there something that Canada is doing and can do to assist at that level in improving the professionalization of the Ukrainian military?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank Mr. Chairman. I thank the member for his thoughtful question. The answer is yes. There is something we can and should do, and that is incorporated in the training mission. One of the specific training functions will be in logistical training for supply chains and management of inventories. This stuff these sound like boring subjects, but in fact, Mr. Speaker, no military operation can be effective without very strong logistical systems, and that's why one of the areas of emphasis in our training operation will be logistics training. I would point out we have not received, we're not aware of any confirmed reports of Canadian equipment in Ukraine going on the black market, but obviously there are concerns in this respect. I would note that President Poroshenko has ordered and led a process of lustration of disloyal members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces and their officer corps to try to remove those who might have been seeking to profiteer from the conflict. And I would actually give credit to my parliamentary secretary on the second large shipment of Canadian equipment to Ukraine. He and a number of civil society volunteers actually participated in tracking the delivery of the equipment directly to Ukrainian troops. So we've done our best to ensure the delivery of the equipment on our part, and we will assist them with logistical training in the future.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say at the onset that I truly appreciate the opportunity that we're having here this evening to talk about what is a very important issue. There's a high level of interest with in excess of 1.2, 1.3 million people of Ukrainian heritage, but also others, Mr. Speaker, that are so much concerned in terms of what's happening in Ukraine and what Russia is and how Russia is intervening unjustifiably against international law into the territory of Ukraine. You know, the benefits that I have been able to derive from the member from the Toronto Centre, my colleague from Wascana, and our foreign affairs critic, has been immense as I try to get a good understanding in terms of what's actually happening in Ukraine. Through my leader, I've had the opportunity to visit and be an observer for both the presidential election and the parliamentary election, which I think has just been a great experience given the representation I think is so critical on debates of this nature. Earlier this year, the Liberal Party had asked questions regarding whether or not the government was looking at or considering the possibility of a military support. I'd like to again ask a similar question in the sense of, is the government giving any consideration or having any dialogue with the United States or our ally forces in regards to the banking industry in particular with respect to SWID and what might be done in that whole area?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
So I beg the member's indulgence. I wasn't entirely clear on the question, Mr. Speaker, but certainly we will be willing to receive advice from the member and appreciate his support for the training mission.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Provencher. Is that not Ted? Provencher. Sorry, pardon me, Brandon Soros. Pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the minister's presentation, and I noted that he mentioned the Ottawa Citizen. I'm seeking some clarification. A few weeks ago, the Minister of National Defence claimed that the HMCS Fredericton was flown over by Russian fighter jets while on a NATO mission in the Black Sea. So I just wanted to know if this Ottawa Citizen reporter wrote that no such encounter took place. That's what appeared in the Citizen. So can the Minister just provide us with clarification on that issue?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for the question, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I certainly can. The media report to which he refers was wholly and entirely inaccurate. It was repeated by the leader of the Liberal Party in this place a couple of weeks ago. I have here a declassified Advisory Maritime Interaction Event report from the commander of the HMCS Fredericton dated 6 March 2015, which indicates that during an underway replenishment at sea, 2 Russian warplanes closed Fredericton's position and operated an airspace in the vicinity of the Fredericton for approximately 30 minutes. The aircraft closed Fredericton's position one at a time at medium altitude, conducting maneuvers to demonstrate they were not carrying weapons. Thereafter, the aircraft continued to operate in the vicinity of Fredericton, flying at low and medium altitudes at distances that range from over top to several miles from Fredericton. The Russian aircraft were not in communication with the Fredericton. And so I'd be happy to table this report, which comes from the commander of the Fredericton and demonstrates the precise veracity of what I said, Mr. Speaker.
Questions or comments?
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the Minister for his remarks. We're having a take-note debate, which is very important. It's a first stage in discussing what Canada do to assist Ukraine. However, in the missions in Iraq and Syria, unfortunately, Parliament and the population of Canada has been misled in the past. So I'd like to know, what will the minister do to make sure that the Canadian public is well informed about what our military is doing in terms of troop deployment, and how will we be informed on the progress in the future? So could the minister tell us how he is going to keep us up to date on developments? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chairman, we have taken action against groups in Syria and Iraq, and we have been probably more transparent than other countries, many other countries. We have put on our website what we've been doing in terms of what we are targeting in those countries, what we want to do each week, every other week. We have been providing public updates, public briefings, and our Canadian officers have been providing updates. I am perfectly willing to provide similar updates on our training mission with our Ukrainian partners. This will be a very open operation and a very open process. It's no secret, Mr. Chairman, that we are providing similar training in many countries all over the world. This is something that the Canadian Armed Forces are specialized in. That's their expertise. So this is not a secret mission. It's perfectly transparent, and I'll be perfectly happy to share with this House and with the broader public on the progress of our training mission in the Ukraine.
Time for a short question. The Honourable Member from Westmount Ville-Marie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if the Honourable Minister could tell us why Igor Sechin is not on Canada's sanctioned list.
The Honourable Minister.
He's raising false. Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. That's a question I would refer to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm here to discuss the Canadian training mission. As a general rule, Mr. Speaker, we have listed more individual Russians on our sanctions list than the United States or the European Union, and we are demonstrating leadership, and we would encourage those jurisdictions to follow our example, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to sanctions.
Please to débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Ukraine is experiencing very difficult circumstances. We've spoken about this during this debate. It's a very difficult situation from a geopolitical viewpoint, from a defense viewpoint, but it's also a very difficult situation from a humanitarian viewpoint. And so I'd like to take some time to go into a little more depth on that aspect, because we mustn't forget, Mr. Chairman, that these are human beings. These are human beings who are experiencing this situation. I'd just like to recall that since April 2014, according to the UN and the World Health Organization, there have been more than 6,000 individuals killed and more than 15,000 injured. The situation in the eastern part of the country continues to be difficult. In Donetsk and Luhansk, there have been many interruptions of services, whether it have to do with water or electricity. In Donetsk, Mr. Chairman, 10,000 residences have been destroyed. There are many plants, roads, airports, factories that have also been destroyed. And electrical infrastructure has been completely wiped out. Mr. Chairman, the number of displaced individuals has reached 1.1 million people. So I see my colleagues here, I see my colleagues in the House, and just ask them to think about this. I come from the greater area of Montreal, so think about it. This is more than half of the population of Montreal that has been displaced in the Ukraine. There are dozens of thousands of people are trying to leave the country by whatever means, whether it be through immigration, other means. So this is a humanitarian and a human situation that is very, very difficult. The economic situation is also very precarious. For about a year, the national currency has lost about 70% of its value. And I think it's really important to think about our situation and compare it. Let's just think about it. Think about what losing 30 cents in value in our dollar would represent. On top of that, there's an $11 billion debt that in 2015, and we know that the risk of defaulting on those payments is very high. Expenditures in that country, just because of the conflict, represent $15 million a day, Mr. Chairman. That's huge for a country that is experiencing these economic circumstances. So in this time of need, I think that Canada has to stand with the Ukraine and has to be loyal to our long-standing friendship with the Ukraine. There are many things that we can do. We can continue to put pressure on Russia, for example. A few minutes ago, the Minister of Defense said Canada is the one who is imposing the most sanctions, or the sanctions on the most people. Well, that's not necessarily what's most important. We have to decide who we're going to target. It's all very well to put on that list all the veterinarians of Russia, for example, of Moscow, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything unless Vladimir Putin has an animal that that is very dear to his heart, and all those veterinarians can no longer provide care to that animal. I mean, Mr. Chairman, it's not an issue of numbers. It's an issue of targeting the right people, and there are two key actors, Igor Sechin of Rosneft and Vladimir Yakunin, the CEO of Russian Railways. They are very close to Vladimir Putin. They are on the Americans' list, but they are not on Canada's list. So this is one thing we could also do. We could be a little more serious in how we target our sanctions. And the first thing that has to be done is to stop saying that it depends on the number of people we're imposing sanctions on, because it really depends on who we're putting sanctions on. We could also help in reducing the precarious nature of the country right now by providing it with expertise in energy areas. I think this could be potentially very helpful because it could help mitigate what's happening there. We have expertise in that area. It would help mitigate pressure on Ukrainians. It would help reduce their dependency on fossil fuels because Putin is benefiting from this. Now, third, and perhaps the most important, and I'm not saying that the others aren't important, they're all important, but what we also have to do is help Ukrainians build the society they are aspiring to. Democratic development is key, Mr. Chairman. Canada must be the Ukraine's partner and support the Ukraine in good governance. Mr. Chairman, the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress came to speak with our committee, the Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development. I sit on this committee, and they told us something very interesting. I'm going to tell you what they said. They said that Canada can help promote the NGO sector, including those who are working in human rights, education, and law reform, because a civil society is the best guarantee of the democratic development of Ukraine in the long term. I really believe in that. I think it's important to build a civil society because that is what will ensure good governance and a truly democratic society. Now, there's also the fight against corruption that was raised early. Even within the army, Mr. Chairman, there have been reports that supplies coming from the Americans have ended up on the black market. The Ukrainians themselves are saying that there is a problem of corruption at various levels within that society. So this is another area where we could assist them. You know, as long as there is corruption, there can't be fair and sustainable economic development, nor can there be good governments, nor can there be the rule of law. So this is a very important issue, and I think we could be very helpful in this area. And obviously, they need financial assistance. We have to be there for them. We have to stand with the Ukraine. So there is a lot that remains to be done. It was said earlier in the debate that this is a collegial debate. I think we all agree on the substance of the issue. The government has taken action. We would encourage the government to continue to take action and to really focus on those areas where we can help them, fighting against corruption, good governments, strengthening civil society. I also think that the government could play an important role in encouraging other countries to provide assistance. The UN's strategic plan for the Ukraine for 2015 has only received 12% of the necessary funding. In 2014, there was good funding, but it appears that in 2015 that funding is not being provided as quickly. Perhaps it's because there are so many crises in the world. But I think Canada has a role in being able to say to other countries, let us not forget the Ukraine. Let us continue to assist them and continue to contribute. And I also have to say that if we hadn't burnt so many bridges with other countries, perhaps it would be even easier to do this. It would be easier to participate in the various diplomatic efforts taking place, but still, there is a lot that we can do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listening to my colleague, I know she spoke very passionately, and I think Canadians watching this tonight would like to know a little bit more about their role, what they can do to help out. I know in Oshawa recently we had a fundraiser, and a member from Etobicoke Centre was there, Selkirk Interlake, and members of the local Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Walter Kish and his volunteers, helped raise $23,000 to help an organization. The organization is Help Us Help the Children of War Project. And this organization really focuses on providing counseling, rehab, and humanitarian aid to children and families displaced by the war in eastern Ukraine. I was wondering if my colleague could explain how important it is for Canadians to become educated, how important this humanitarian aid is to the people on the ground, the families, the kids that are displaced by this horrible intervention by Russia.
Excellent. The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Truly, I would like to thank my colleague for the sensitivity that he has shown with regards to the issue that I wanted to put forward, myself, today. The terrible humanitarian and economic situation, the developmental situation also, because these are all intrinsically linked. We must help. I know that there have been fundraisers organized more or less everywhere. There are organizations that help. But let us be clear. Ukraine and Canada are linked. We have a very large Ukrainian community here in Canada. People get involved. The Ukrainian-Canadian Congress has also gotten involved, and people can get involved in many different ways. One can donate money, but also one could talk about it in order to make sure that this issue continues to be part of a public dialogue on our collective conscience. This evening is an occasion, or an opportunity rather, for us to do so. Canadians across the country can do the same. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Westmount Vigneich. Thank you very much. I very much appreciated what my colleague had to say. She highlighted the importance of going to help Ukraine in various domains and on various levels, including the economic domain. The Liberal Party states that we could help to kickstart the Ukrainian economy were we to sign a free trade agreement with Ukraine. Perhaps we could give them also preferential treatment, or tariffs rather, for some of their exports in order to help their economy to bounce back. This is a great issue for them. I think that the government is in agreement with us on this, but I would like to hear what the NDP has to say on the matter, if you will. The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague and fellow member of the Foreign Affairs Committee for his question. I think that this could be an interesting idea. However, as is always the case, there is no panacea to this. I said so during my speech. We need long-term and fair economic development. This can only exist with a good basis of good governance, fighting against corruption. We must also strengthen military capacity in the country. Well, there are also such reinforcements to make on the finance level and at the governance level. We do not have a magic bullet. We will not simply sign a treaty and then all of a sudden, from one day to the next, everything will be rosy. The situation is far more complicated. Ukrainians have requested Canadian help in all of these fields. We must build their infrastructure from which they will be able to obtain a free, or rather a just economy.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. Based on her extensive experience in foreign affairs and working in many countries, I know she knows all the pieces need to put together to assist a country in distress such as Ukraine is, and I really appreciate her guidance. One thing that I would like to share in response that my colleague gave to a question put by a Conservative member is, to the credit, Ukrainian-Canadian Congress have established a Canadian-Ukraine Foundation. I know I'm hearing from Canadians out there that are listening to this debate are concerned, and I encourage them to donate, and that may be one place where they can channel through their donations. My question for my colleague is this. I very, very much appreciate that she has raised this issue about working with civil society, because they ultimately are the ones who will work with their government to become less corrupt, to establish democratic foundations, to establish rule of law. They are the ones who must hold their own government accountable. And it's our job to give them all of those skills. I'm pleased to hear that just this week, Canada has finally committed some dollars for civil society, apparently through the FCM, which is interesting. And I wonder if she could speak to that about experience overseas in aid being given to help civil society actually become a better monitor and watchdog over governance.
Deputy Laurier.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that my answer will be relevant. When I was in Senegal during the elections, during a violence-free democratic transition, a very transparent process, a democratic process that would have made us proud. The day after the elections, Senegalese people called me up saying thank you for these elections. And I replied, "But what did we do?" And they said, a journalism school. Canada had trained journalists that were capable to do good journalism. They were able to ask their government to be accountable. They made things public. And for the Senegalese, this was one of the main factors that allowed us to have a democratic transition that was so flexible and peaceful. This is one example amongst many. This is the main issue. It's not a question of Canada going to another country saying that's what you're doing wrong, that is also what you're doing wrong, or that is what you're doing right. What we must do is strengthen capacities and tools at the local level to force the government to be accountable in order to have a full democracy that involves civil society.
Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the member for her presentation here tonight. And I do have a question for her. She made a comment that something along the line that if Canada hadn't burnt so many bridges, that then they'd be able to talk better. And I would like the member to give some specific examples of how Canada has burnt bridges and how she thinks if they hadn't done that, we would be able to talk more effectively with the Russians in the case of Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Well, listen, Mr. Chair. I think that I do not have enough time to give all of the necessary examples from conferences I've been to where there have been foreign representatives. A foreign representative told me, do you think that we really trust Canada nowadays? We have not been re-elected to the UN Security Council because those who supported in the past no longer support us. Our diplomacy now is simply black and white, with the good guys on one side and the bad guys on the other. That is not how diplomacy works, and we have seen the results of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Selkirk Interlake. And as we discuss Canada's ongoing and expanded contribution to NATO and Ukraine, it is vital that all members of this House understand that many steps have taken that have brought Russia to a point in time where we are now in a period of conflict, and this has happened over the last few years. Steps which now threaten the safety of the Ukrainian people, a key ally of Canada, and indeed a people integrated to Canadian society. Mr. Chairman, Russia has used force to change borders in Europe, violating international laws and damaging Russia's relations with the West. Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea is a violation of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, which provided assurance for Ukraine's territorial integrity. Whether it takes 5 months or 50 years to liberate Ukraine, we will never recognize the illegal Russian occupation of any Ukrainian territory, including Crimea. In response to this challenge, Canada has provided assistance worth $578 million, including loan guarantees for economic stabilization, humanitarian aid, non-kinetic military equipment, and other support, including developmental assistance. We have also led the way in economic sanctions against over 210 individuals and entities in Russia. We now propose sending Canadian Armed Forces personnel to Ukraine for training purposes. Last month, the leader of the NDP stated that his party would not support the expanded mission since it is not led by the United Nations or NATO. Mr. Chairman, our government does not plan to go along to get along. We will do what is right with or without support from the opposition. The crisis in Ukraine is simply the latest and most visible in a series of troubling advocations, provocations, and actions taken by Russia, all of which have demonstrated the Putin regime's blatant and dangerous disregard for international law and the security of Europe. Mr. Chairman, in fact, we now call into question Russia's willingness to engage in meaningful dialogue on issues of European security or the de-escalation of aggression against the Ukrainian people. Mr. Chairman, Vladimir Putin makes no secret about his disdain for the post-Cold War security architecture, making a series of provocative, anti-Western statements in the press. In recent months, we have seen Russia bombers flying through controlled airspace without transponders. We have seen bombers over the English Channel. And right here at home, we have seen a sharp increase in Russian activity and aggression in the Arctic in an effort to challenge our Arctic sovereignty. And while our military is ready to respond to any and all threats to our northern borders, we have seen a rapid increase in the frequency and size of Russian military exercises in the north. Mr. Chairman, although the battle rages far away, the effects and consequences are felt right here at home. Canada boasts a proud Ukrainian community of 1.2 million strong. They are one of Canada's largest ethnic communities and have been vital in contributing to our social and economic progress. Through hard work, dedication, and perseverance for over 100 years, Ukrainians have established themselves as the highest level of government, business, and sport and culture throughout the whole of Canadian society. Canada was the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence. Canada was also the first Western government to recognize the genocidal nature of the Holodomor, the famine genocide imposed by the Soviets from 1932 to 1933. Mr. Chairman, and of course in support of democracy and transparency, Canada sent the largest election observer missions in the last two Ukrainian elections. Mr. Chairman, the record is clear. Our government has been and remains steadfast in our commitment to stand with the people of Ukraine. It is therefore vital that we continue to stand together as allies in Euro-Atlantic security. I am proud to support the government's ongoing commitment to the alliance and Canada's expanded bilateral support to Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess listening to the Minister speak, I guess it's a good example of what my colleague from Montreal, Phil Marie, said about the government's black and white attitude, their failure to understand what's going on. In fact, I think that the Minister, as a colleague of mine used to say, instead of being on receive, he's on transmit. He didn't listen to what was said on this side of the House, and he persists in saying that the NDP doesn't support the activities, the military activities in Ukraine by this government or the reassurance mission. He clearly doesn't listen. And to characterize some of the things that he has as an attack on our sovereignty in the Arctic by the Russians, he really seeks to inflame something that is non-existent. We constantly have people coming before our Defence Committee saying quite clearly that we have no military threats to Canada in the Arctic, and yet he persists in trying to talk as if there were. So I'd ask the Minister if he would be a little bit more nuanced in his comments. We obviously stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people and support the efforts that are being made there. That's not a question, and I don't know why the Minister wants to persist in suggesting that it is.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Chairman, one thing's for sure, we have not buried our head in the sand, and some of us happen to know what's going on, and we're happy to understand and realize and admit that there are some issues that need to be addressed, and the challenges are there. But I also should enlighten the honourable member as well that it isn't only about what I've said, it's about what we as Canadian government have done. Certainly, Ukraine is a top priority of ours, and it is critical that Ukraine sees the current opportunity to undertake deep and lasting reforms. And they can't do that on their own, and they can't do that with a gun to their head, Mr. Chairman, and they certainly can't do that with people avoiding to deal with reality. They are a threatened country. They are threatened by a very determined, aggressive foe, if you will, adversary, and denying that or ignoring that does not solve the problem.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Chairperson, maybe I wouldn't mind just to make reference to the fabulous work that the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress has actually done in terms of supporting members of Parliament on all sides of the House. And the information that they flow to us is quite substantial and of great benefit. I know in my own home province of Manitoba, in particular the Manitoba Provincial Council of the Ukraine-Canadian Congress has been very helpful with Oksana Bondarchuk. I've had opportunity to be able to have a great deal of correspondence. Some of the issues, for example, that has been raised, and I would maybe ask the Minister to provide some comment on this particular issue, and that is the reality that 7,000 people have died, it's been estimated, and about 19,000 that have actually been wounded. A question I have for the member is, does he see the need that has been espoused by many, that there's a need for weapons?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. The aid that Canada has in fact been providing is that which will enable the Ukrainian people themselves, the Ukrainian military, to elevate their ability to deal with a very aggressive and brutal regime, which is endeavoring to, in fact, take over not only Crimea, but that whole area of the world in terms of their actions. And so the aid that we provided is what we feel is appropriate at this time. Certainly it has been helpful. In fact, it has been very much appreciated, and we'll continue to stand with the Ukrainian people, Mr. Chairman, going forward in whatever needs are identified as appropriate under the circumstances.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's indeed an honor to be able to, again, be in the House to discuss the situation in Ukraine. Someone of Ukrainian heritage and someone who has a riding that has a large percentage of people that are part of the Ukrainian diaspora. This is an issue that is not only near and dear to us as Ukrainian Canadians, but it is something that is of great concern to all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. You know, I have to thank the Prime Minister. His leadership on this file is head and shoulders above most other world leaders. His strong role in making sure that we are there to support Ukraine and their people as they got rid of a very corrupt president in Viktor Yanukovych. The Prime Minister spoke with clarity. He was there at the inauguration of the new government and has been there every step of the way whenever we met with President Poroshenko, and making sure that we provide the aid that Ukraine has requested of Canada. You know, this debate originally, when we started this discussion tonight, was about the training mission that the Canadian Armed Forces are going to be undertaking. And I can tell you that I'm so proud of our brave men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces for the outstanding work they do day in and day out here in Canada and around the world. And their capabilities and their expertise and what they're bringing to the table in Ukraine is desperately needed. When you think about Ukraine under Viktor Yanukovych, he allowed the Ukrainian military to atrophy. A country of 54 million people only had a stand-up army of 5,000 troops. So after the Maidan, after the elections, and then ultimately the invasion and occupation and the illegal annexation of Crimea by the Putin regime in Russia, and then ultimately the fighting that we're seeing now in the Donbass of eastern Ukraine, Ukraine does not have the capabilities or the individuals to be able to go out there and fight. So they may have a fighting force today of 40 to 45,000 troops, but we have to remember these are all fresh recruits. These are new volunteers, and they haven't had the basic training that most people in the military get here in Canada. So even though they're battle-hardened, they still lack those tactical skills at an individual and unit level. And so it is great that our armed forces are going over to provide this much needed training, that we'll be able to do it at a battalion group at a time. Now, we're doing it, of course, in collaboration with the United Kingdom and the United States at the Avariv base that Canada actually helped build several years ago in western Ukraine, only a few kilometers from the Polish border and 1,300 kilometers away from the fighting that we see in the Donbass. So our men and women in uniform who are going to be over there doing the training are relatively been removed from harm's way. Now, I know that the opposition has brought up this issue of corruption and the concern that this is taking place. Well, I want to remind all members in the House, Mr. Chair, that we have a situation where Canada has signed on with the United States and the United Kingdom to the Ukraine Joint Commission on Military Cooperation and Reform. And we are leading the subcommittee in that commission on military policing to deal with the exact problem of corruption within Ukraine's military. As Minister of National Defense has already pointed out, President Poroshenko has been doing an illustration of trying to remove what they call the fifth column from the Ukrainian government and from the Ukrainian military, and we have to be there to support them, and that's what the military police are doing. That's what some of the money that we've put in, $575 million, has gone towards helping with illustration, helping with best practices, remove corruption, and respect for human rights and the rule of law. I also want to say that you know, the military equipment that we have delivered, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to actually go there to ensure that that military was handed over in a formal fashion from Canada to the Ukrainian Armed Forces, that we have people over there that have done great work, like Lena Kozarny, who is a Canadian that lives in Ukraine. She's an accountant. She was there to make sure that all aid gets delivered, working with our ambassador, Roman Lischuk, and then they're volunteers to track all that movement, Mr. Chair. So I want to give a big shout out to them for making sure that our great military equipment is getting into the right hands and being well used.
And comments, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and I thank the member for his comments. I know that he personally has been very engaged in issues around Ukraine, and he's personally very committed to that. I want to raise with him one question that I know has been raised with him before, and it's around the issue of sanctions, and we all agree sanctions are very important, but I want to make the point that quality matters more than just quantity. And we've called, and our foreign affairs critic has led the way in calling for tough, coordinated, targeted sanctions. And in fact, he was banned from entering Russia because of his call for tough sanctions. And we've demanded that Canada target close friends of President Putin. We think that'll be very effective, and there's a couple of key people that are on the American and European lists, such as Igor Sechin of Rosneft and Vladimir Yakunin of Russian Railways. Now, I would like the member to clarify, there was a time when he said we just want to be careful about Canadian interests, and I presume he doesn't mean that we wouldn't sanction people because of the impact on the Canadian economy, but maybe he could just clarify that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let me just say that we have 270 sanctions in place, Mr. Chair. We have the strongest sanction regime against Ukrainian and Russian individuals, entities, and sectors that are responsible for the aggression that we're seeing from the Putin regime in eastern Ukraine. Igor Sechin's company, Rosneft, is sanctioned. So I don't know why she keeps bringing this issue up. I'd like her to actually, when she gets her chance to speak, you know, I was a little concerned when the member from St. John East, the NDP defense critic, said that he's scared that we're going to start a new Cold War. It's not us starting a Cold War. It's President Putin. It's Russian aggression. That's the start of a new Cold War. And we have to remember that Putin is always provoked by weakness. So we have to be taking the correct steps to show that we stand in shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine to stop Putin's aggression, not only in Ukraine, but the fear that he's going to spread this throughout Eastern Europe.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've indicated, I have had the opportunity to receive a considerable amount of feedback feedback. I've asked for individuals to provide me some of their thoughts and opinions. The Liberal Party has been very supportive of the government's initiative in terms of sending in 200 Canadian Forces personnel to provide that training and to assist, which has been received quite well, I must say, in terms of the public. One of the issues that has been brought to my attention is, to what degree is the government considering, or has the government had any dialogue with the United States or any of our allies in regards to where could we go from there? Has there been any dialogue that would talk about, let's say, a military trucks or anything of that nature? Has the government had any such dialogue?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to remind the member from Winnipeg North that Angela Merkel, when she was going to meet Putin, made sure that she came and talked to President Obama and Prime Minister Harper before she entered into those meetings. She very much wants to see that we have this type of strong relationship with Canada, the United States, France, and Germany as we move forward. And I'm talking to all our NATO allies to look at all the options and how we bring about peace and security and respect for Ukraine's sovereignty by all members and making sure that Putin gets out of Ukraine.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
As a member of Parliament with a large Ukrainian population, this is of interest to me and my constituents. I'd like to address, and being of Czech extraction, I do remember the Prague Spring of 1968 when I was part of the Czech community in Winnipeg, and it's something I'll never forget. But I want to address some of the comments from the member from St. John East. He told us to be nuanced. Well, we actually on this side of the House believe in right and wrong. And it's because Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, and Pope John Paul believed in right and wrong. They brought the Soviet Union down. And this idea that we can deal gently with the Soviet Union or with Russia, they're actually the same thing these days. It shows why Lenin called the Western left, Western liberals, useful idiots. That's why. Now, I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary what his view is of what Vladimir Putin's end game is in Europe.
Very short answer, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank the member from Dauphin Swan River Marquette for that great question. And I can tell you, I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that I believe that Putin is not done yet. He's waiting to see how the West reacts. And I believe that the stronger that we take a position, the slower he's going to move. If we start to try to appease his positions, we're going to see him continue to push on right down to Crimea, right through Mariupol, which we're already starting to see some shelling. The Minsk peace agreement is starting to fall apart, and there's going to be a spring offensive, I fear, and that could also lead them to try connect right over to Odessa and Transnistria.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Chair, and I just want to say at the outset I'll be sharing my time with the terrific member from Parkdale Hyde Park, and so I just want to say that from the beginning. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, sorry, tonight we've heard a lot of debate and framing around the government's recent announcement, and that's important, and I want to thank my colleagues, in particular my colleague from St. John's East, our defence spokesperson, for laying out some really important questions and a good back and forth with government to clarify some points. I want to actually focus a little bit, and we were just talking about it, on the sanctions regime, and it's really quite important that we talk about this. And the frame for us has been, and I think we all have the same goal, and that's to help the people of Ukraine. It is important to keep that in mind. The actions that we've seen, the aggression we've seen, and the posture we've seen from Putin and from the Russian Federation, clearly unacceptable. It's a question of how we respond and how we can be effective in our response. And I want to ensure, from our side of the House to the people of Ukraine, that we're there to help the people of Ukraine, that we're there to help them become more independent, obviously, to look at strengthening institutions, to strengthen their economy, to make sure that the people, particularly in the East, have been most adversely affected by this aggression, are going to get the support that we can provide to them. And of course, that means helping the government in general. But one of the tools that we've been very focused on this side of the House, and I know the government has engaged and certainly has made mention of sanctions, is to talk about sanctions, and I'm going to lay that out, and what they're intended to do, and how you can use sanctions to obviously attain a goal. And the goal should be paramount, that we remind ourselves. It's not just sanctions for sanctions' sake. It's not to say we're doing something. It's to say we have sanctions for a clear, delineated goal. And it's interesting that I do have to go over our position that we've been reiterating. There's been a little bit of change on the other side, thankfully, on the sanctions that we think are missing from the government's list that are incorporated, frankly, by the EU and by our friends in the States. And my colleague from Parkdale High Park just raised this question, but it bears repeating. Igor Session, the government did, and I acknowledge, put Rosneft, the oil company, on the list. Just so you know, Rosneft owns about 30% of an oil field here in Canada, in Alberta. And so Rosneft is now on the sanctioned list, and I want to acknowledge that, by our government, but not Session. Now, I would really like to hear from the government, why is Igor Session not on the sanctions list? As I said, I acknowledge they did put his company on the list, but if we're actually going to be effective and use sanctions as a clear tool to affect change, to have an impact, we need to coordinate it with our allies, obviously. And we have to put individuals like Session on the list. One, because it sends a message. Secondly, because it actually will affect and hurt Session and, of course, Putin and the people around him. We also have asked for Rostec, the state-owned defense and industrial firm, to be on the list, and the CEO, Shezmanev, has been on the list. He's the chairman of basically an arms export agency, and he was the leader in the United Russia Party. They were sanctioned, his company in the U.S. in September 2014. We've, in this case, sanctioned the individual but not the company. So an inversion of what we've seen. So what we have is, in some cases, we're putting a company on the sanctions list, not the individual, or in this case, when we look at Rostec, we're putting the company, putting an individual on the list but not the company. So there requires an explanation here as the incoherence of the government's approach here, which is not in keeping with our allies. Yakunin, we've mentioned before, he is the CEO of the Russian Railways, and he's a longtime friend of Putin, sanctioned by the U.S. in March 2014. He is involved in Russian rail projects, joint venture agreements with Canadian companies. So you see, we have these individuals who aren't on the list, some companies who are, and it lacks coherence. And I want to just highlight those individuals and their companies, because in the case of Igor Session, you won't find someone who's closer. And just end with this. Sanctions will be ineffective unless they target significant economic relations. The U.S. and the EU sanctions are what brought the Russians to the negotiating table. Canada's make-believe sanctions have deprived it of any role in these talks. Russians, no stranger to deceptions, can recognize a ruse when they see it. That was by Michael Byers, who's a professor of law. He pointed this out. I'm pointing it out. We've got a problem in our approach with sanctions, and I want to lay that on the table. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the intervention. And I guess, we appreciate that most members in this House are supportive of the government's position. And we need to do more on the areas of making sure that we have all the diplomatic levers at our disposal. In light of the potential that the Minsk peace agreement completely falls apart, and in light of the possibility that we see increased activity by Russian-backed separatists, and we know that it's Russians in there, and I'm hoping that the member from Ottawa Centre will concur that it is Russian soldiers, Russian equipment, Russian command and control, along with some mercenaries that have been hired in, that are actually doing the push towards Mariupol now and trying to grab more territory in eastern Ukraine. And I just want him to maybe shed some light on where he would go from a diplomatic leader standpoint, but also how he feels about Canada's continued support for the Ukrainian armed forces.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Chair, and thank my colleague for the question. I would actually strengthen the sanctions, as I just mentioned. And while I'm on that, I did want to add something that, I had the opportunity just yesterday to meet with Vera Savchenko, who's the sister of Nadia Savchenko. And Nadia Savchenko is being imprisoned in Russia. She's actually a Ukrainian woman pilot who has been in, for 10 months, she was abducted by the Russians and is from eastern Ukraine. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and international governments have urged release for her from this precarious situation she's in. And I want to just put on the record, I think we should be putting sanctions directly related to her case on Russian officials, and I hope the government takes this seriously. There are two particular individuals, and that is the director of the Federal Security Service, and this is an individual who was Putin's director for the FSS before becoming Prime Minister and President, and finally, the head of the Investigative Committee of Russia, who was involved in the abduction, we believe, of this individual. So that's a response to my colleagues, strengthen sanctions and call for the immediate release, as I know the government wants to and has, of Nadia.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to operate on the assumption, and I would ask the member to correct me if I'm wrong, that the New Democrats do, in fact, support the military training mission. There is no ifs or buts about it, but they, in fact, do support it. If I am wrong in my understanding, please do correct me on it. I want to pick up on the issue of economic sanctions. The member made reference to Igor Shanshin, someone in which we too agree should be on the list. But in addition to that, Vladimir Yakunin. And the point that I would get at in regards to this is not necessarily the quantity of people that are on the sanction list, but more so it is who is on it. And while some nations have already put those two individuals on it, Canada has not. And if you can provide comment on that.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
I had little time, and I acknowledge I'm sharing my time, so it was something that I intended to do, but I did lay out in the 5 minutes I had our position on sanctions, so I'll let my colleague read the record. In terms of our support for what the government has laid out and support for the troops and training, I think it was very clear what we wanted to see is just very clear goals, making sure it's a professionalism. The government has acknowledged some concerns around theft or people wanting to profiteer from the mission, and to make sure that's not going to happen. So we are providing, I think, what we should be doing and been consistent on is as official opposition to say, look, we understand what the government's intentions are. We'll monitor it closely. We want to make sure the goals are established clearly. That's why we look always forward to debate. Ultimately, debate and a vote is what we normally ask for in these situations. And so that's exactly what we've done. We've been consistent on that. My colleague from St. John's East has been crystal clear on our objectives as official opposition in terms of keeping the government to account, at the same time, of course, supporting the people of Ukraine. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
And before we resume debate, I just want to ask the assistance of all honourable members. Now that many members are splitting their time to a 5-minute speech and 5-minute questions and comments, if they could pay attention to the chair to end their speech within 5 minutes, and the questions and comments, we're typically getting 2 sets of questions rather than 3. It's obvious many members would like to participate tonight, so if members be mindful of the clock and ask short questions and short answers, it will allow more of your colleagues to participate in the debate. And with that, resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thought I was going to have 10 minutes, so having 5 minutes, I'll speak a little quicker. I'm very pleased to take part in this debate on the situation in Ukraine on behalf of, of the people of Canada. We're all here tonight, I think, united in the determination to not let the situation in Ukraine fall from our agenda and to ensure that we're standing strong in condemnation of Vladimir Putin and his actions, his invasion in Ukraine, and to stand firm in support and solidarity with the people of Ukraine. But I'm also very pleased to speak on behalf of my constituency in Parkdale High Park, which has a large number of Ukrainians, many of the more than 1.2 million Ukrainian Canadians in Canada, and the cities of Toronto and Kiev are twinned, actually, so we have close links to Ukraine. And I have really learned from the people in my community the lessons of history. These are people who lived under the former Soviet Union, who suffered through, or their relatives suffered through the Holodomor, the famine genocide. And I've had the great privilege of being an election observer 4 times in Ukraine and of receiving young Ukrainian interns in my office here on Parliament Hill. And those experiences, and I want to say most particularly, working with the young Ukrainian interns has taught me a lot. It has taught me that young people don't give up hope. They want, I think, what people everywhere want. They want a normal, modern democracy. They want to be governed by the rule of law. They want to have confidence in their judiciary. They want to have democratic freedoms and human rights and to be free of corruption. And these young people come here to learn about our government, to learn about our democracy in the hope that they can go back and help build a stronger democracy in their country. And yet, what's called the spirit of Maidan has really been betrayed. There are people who were killed there, many more who have died since. And I was going to recap a bit some of the terrible recent history, but really a couple of years ago, who would have thought we'd be in the situation we are today, with 6,000 dead, more than 1.2 million Ukrainians displaced, thousands of buildings, apartments, factories destroyed, the Ukrainian economy very, very, very perilous right now. And so, again, we join together, and I think this is a debate in the spirit of collegiality, to say that we stand in unison with the people of Ukraine. And I want to especially give a shout out to Paul Grod and the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, because it has been the Ukrainian diaspora that has really been vigilant and forceful in demanding accountability, in demanding support for Ukraine, and I really want to thank them. There have been many, many long, cold vigils and rallies, and it's been a pleasure to stand with the community, as many of us here have. And let me be clear, as my colleagues have been, my colleague from Ottawa Centre and my colleague from St. John's East, that we support the actions of our government in terms of training and professionalization of the military in Ukraine, because really they didn't have much of a military. We especially want to emphasize the notion of democratic development. You know, let's keep in mind the spirit of these young interns who come to Canada and help in the building and fostering of a democratic society. That's really what's going to bring long-term stability in Ukraine, is having a free and open media, an active and accountable government, and a reputable judiciary. Clearly we need economic aid. I have asked several questions this evening, as my colleagues have, about sanctions and the need to really target those sanctions to put the pressure on Putin's key friends and allies, and to keep squeezing the Russian economy. I think that's going to be continue to be very important. And let's not forget diplomacy. You know, I know we all want to we all want to be immediate and we all want to take as much action as we can, but ultimately we're going to have to find a solution here, and so let's not forget about that. And I just want to end, because I know my time is up, with a quote, and I quoted this earlier, from the Ukrainian Minister of Finance, and it said that she said, that if international support can only be effective if the Ukrainian government is also effective and diligent in its efforts to reform the country, fight corruption, improve transparency and accountability, improve the rule of law, and create the conditions for the return of economic growth and prosperity. End quote. Surely, ultimately, that's what we all here need to be working for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've been listening intently tonight, and I keep on hearing these whole ideas and concepts of nuance and diplomacy, and I think we all agree that we want to do things in as diplomatic a fashion as we can. But I know also as a son of parents who were liberated from the Netherlands, and it's actually quite apropos, I think, that we're actually talking, the celebration of the 70th year of that liberation of my parents from there. Things like nuance and diplomacy, yes, they play a role, but I think we also need to understand, and I really hope the opposition, would get stronger on board with us, of understanding that there's a point in time where you have to call a spade and be willing to actually really go forward in a strong fashion and speak strongly and do the things that need to be done in order to liberate a country that has been invaded by an outside country and actually taken over their freedoms and their abilities to rule for themselves. And so, yes, we can talk about all these things, but I really would love to hear from the other side also this need to be very direct at points in time also.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the aisle for his comments. And as the daughter of a World War II veteran who fought in the Battle of the Atlantic and was on a minesweeper, and he was on Omaha Beach on D-Day, I also know that there are times when action has to be taken. I wonder if perhaps he came in at the very tail end of my remarks, because of course I did talk about, I just didn't notice, I'm sorry, because of course I did talk earlier about a whole sweep of approaches and actions, from sanctions to military support to democracy building to diplomacy. So there are many aspects to our response, and I think we have to be very robust on many fronts. And my colleague, my colleague earlier made an important point, which was that Canada can and should play a more robust international role in encouraging other countries to fully contribute to the UN trust funds, because those monies are urgently needed, and the investment of those funds has really dwindled in 2015. So there are a whole menu of activities that need to be undertaken. So I agree with that.
Questions? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend from Parkdale High Park. I'm going to put to her that while the context of this debate is that there's great unanimity around this chamber, the government of Canada has taken a number of unprecedented steps in aid of Ukraine, none of which have come before the Parliament for debate. One was providing the RADARSAT-2 data to Ukraine. The second was, of course, sending military support to training in Ukraine. And I've also heard it reported that we have a memorandum of understanding with Ukraine, which has not been tabled before this House. And I wonder if she would agree with me. I think that a take-note debate, after all the decisions are made, is not quite what parliamentary democracy requires, and that particularly the decision to provide RADARSAT-2 data, which was opposed initially by both Foreign Affairs and the Department of National Defence, should have come to this place for debate.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, I thank the member for her question, because that's exactly the position that New Democrats had taken in this House, that we had many questions to ask about the full nature of the military training support that was being offered. We wanted to be able to ask questions in this House prior to the decision being taken. And of course, as parliamentary democracy would normally require, we wanted to be able to have a vote on that initiative, and none of that has happened. And she's quite right. The Take Note debate, while important, and we've had a few Take Note debates on Ukraine, it is in fact coming after the fact, after the decision was taken.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to participate in this debate, which highlights the role which Canada is playing in supporting the Ukrainian people in their time of crisis. Since the beginning of the crisis in Ukraine, our Conservative government has been at the forefront of the international community's efforts to implement democratic and economic reforms and to restore peace and stability in the face of unprovoked Russian aggression. That aggression and Russia's flagrant violation of Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity have led to the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians and the displacement of many more thousands of Ukrainians within their own country. Ukraine continues to face enormous economic and security challenges, and Canada has remained a steadfast and trusted partner in contributing to the defense of Ukraine and the support of the Ukrainian economy. Our goal is to help Ukrainians achieve a level of peace and prosperity that we in Canada have for so long enjoyed. And the challenge is immense. In its yearly report on Ukraine, the World Bank cited the state of the global economy, exacerbated by the ongoing crisis in eastern Ukraine, as representing the ongoing major threats to the Ukrainian economy. In 2014, the Ukrainian economy, real GDP, declined by 7.5%. Its currency lost approximately half of its value against the US dollar, and inflation reached 25%. And complicating the situation is the fact that Ukraine must contribute a very significant portion of its government revenues to defending itself against Russian-sponsored rebels. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is this: Ukraine needs Canada's help. On September 17th of 2014, during President Poroshenko's first official visit to Canada, he and our Prime Minister announced the signing of Canada's first $200 million low-interest loan to support Ukraine's economic and financial recovery. And this past March, our government committed to a second $200 million loan to help stabilize Ukraine's economy and address pressing social needs. These loans, along with financial support from the International Monetary Fund and other key partners, will be crucial in helping Ukraine to achieve financial stability and a return to economic growth. Since January of 2014, Canada has announced more than $575 million in economic and development assistance to Ukraine. We've also provided significant non-lethal support and, more recently, have agreed to join a mission to train the Ukrainian armed forces. Now, as Ukraine works to implement its recently signed association agreement with the European Union, we expect that it will also adopt best practices, business norms, and transparency standards that will enhance Ukraine's reputation as a destination for foreign investment and a preferred trade partner to do business with. Mr. Speaker, we want to commend President Poroshenko and his government for their commitment to implement significant structural and economic reforms within Ukraine. He, as president, has begun to set in place an ambitious timetable to build a more open and transparent market-based economy whose success will be driven by engaging with trading partners like the European Union, like Canada, of course, and the United States. Canada strongly welcomes these reforms, and our government is committed to taking all reasonable steps to support those reforms. In fact, Canada is already playing a role in those reforms. Ukraine's Economic Advisory Council, which was established by President Poroshenko, is actually headed by a Canadian, Mr. Basil Kellerman, of the Richard Ivey Business School at Western University. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, I've had the distinct pleasure of leading 2 trade and development missions to Kiev, most recently in January of this year. Now, the purpose of these visits was fourfold. First, it underlined that Canada will not abandon Ukraine in its time of need. Second, I was able to meet with a number of my ministerial counterparts to discuss opportunities for Canada to partner to rebuild Ukraine's economy. Third, I was joined by a group of Canadian business people of Ukrainian heritage who are committed to acting as catalysts in supporting and effecting economic reform and transformation in Ukraine. And fourth, I was able to announce an additional $52 million of development assistance. This support will assist Ukrainian dairy and grain farmers to improve their production, the quality of their product, storage, and marketing of their products. The funding will also provide technical assistance on anti-corruption, transparency, and governance reforms. Canada has also been providing technical assistance to Ukraine to improve its energy security. This assistance has helped Ukraine develop an energy contingency plan and to identify areas where Ukraine can improve its oil and gas regulatory framework, which of course in turn will improve the competitiveness and clarity of this sector. A more transparent regulatory and business environment in the energy sector is expected to lead to new opportunities to support Ukrainian prosperity, opportunities which Canadian companies will undoubtedly benefit from. Now, during my two recent visits to Ukraine, I had the opportunity to meet with a number of their ministers. I met with the Minister of Education. I spoke to the Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food. We spoke about energy and coal with the minister responsible for those areas. Of course, I interacted with my counterpart, the Minister of Economic Development and Trade, and also had a chance to have a robust meeting with the new Minister of Finance for Ukraine. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I returned to Canada with the clear confidence that their ministerial team has a sincere commitment to completing the economic and structural reforms required to re-energize Ukraine's economy. Indeed, I was pleased that President Poroshenko has already established a business ombudsman and a national anti-corruption bureau. Mr. Speaker, our government is grateful for the work that private sector organizations, such as the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, do in supporting Ukraine in its time of need. I also want to recognize the Canada-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce, which is playing a key role in expanding the business-to-business commercial relationship. Canadian companies such as Black Iron, Iskander, Serenus Energy, and Shelton Canada are among the many which are anxious to re-engage in the Ukrainian economy. Now, while our trade relationship is presently quite modest, we know that there is tremendous potential for growth. It is companies such as the ones I just mentioned which will contribute to that growth. So recognizing this, Ukrainian Trade Minister Evaras Abramovichus and I announced this past January that we have restarted free trade negotiations between our two countries. This announcement builds on the commitment made by our country's two leaders during President Poroshenko's historic visit to Canada last year. Mr. Speaker, this trade agreement will create new market access opportunities and predictable conditions for businesses, further strengthening our bilateral partnership. A free trade agreement with Ukraine will also help address many of the non-tariff barriers which presently act as a hindrance to Canadian companies wishing to do business in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very pleased that Ukraine was named a priority market under Canada's Global Markets Action Plan. That plan, which we refer to as GMAP, is our government's overarching strategy for creating jobs and economic growth through trade and investment. Ukraine is a promising market for Canadian exporters in sectors such as agri-food, especially pork, aerospace, fish, and seafood. And additionally, there are growing opportunities for Canadian companies in the mining, the information technologies, renewable energy, and oil and gas sectors. Mr. Speaker, let me close. Canadians understand that the Ukrainian people face enormous economic and security challenges. Our government has assured Ukraine that Canada will remain a steadfast ally, partner, and trusted friend as the Ukrainian people successfully meet those challenges. One thing I can assure you of, Mr. Speaker, Canada will never abandon Ukraine. As our Prime Minister has said, and I quote, "Whatever difficulties may lie ahead, whatever actions are taken by those who threaten Ukraine's freedom, Ukraine will never be alone because Ukraine can count on Canada." Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the Minister for his comments. I had the privilege, Mr. Chair, of participating in the Foreign Affairs delegation that traveled to Ukraine in 2012 to look into ongoing issues with erosion of rule of law and democracy. And while we were there, we met with many panels of people. One of the panels was very interesting and goes towards the Minister's portfolio. We met with the American Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Ukraine Chamber of Commerce, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the European Business Association. And those business advisors said to us at that time that unless you have deep pockets, be very careful of investing in Ukraine. Now, since that time, there has been essentially a revolution in Ukraine. The people are grateful. They feel that now they have a better chance of having control over their government. But they remain very concerned about continuing corruption and erosion of the lack of flow of benefits to the people of Ukraine as opposed to formerly to the oligarchs. Now, in the meeting just this week that Canada participated in with the donors, the Europeans again and the Americans expressed concern that the reforms for rule of law and anti-corruption are not moving as rapidly as they'd hoped. In my experience in working through Canadian aid in both Indonesia and Bangladesh, Canada provided experts on an ongoing basis, not just sort of parachuting in for a week. Is your department giving consideration to actually offering up some financial and anti-corruption experts to help Ukraine over the long term to develop these mechanisms to protect both those people and investors?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her interest in Ukraine. I sense that there is a consensus within this House that Ukraine does need Canada's support. With respect to transparency, anti-corruption measures, clearly that is a significant challenge that Ukraine faces. And much of our engagement with Ukraine, especially on a minister-to-minister basis, has actually been on addressing our concerns about governance and corruption. I can tell the member that I was sincere in my comments, that I do believe that the ministerial team that President Poroshenko has put together has a sincere commitment to addressing those issues. It is going to be a long road. Many of these challenges within Ukraine are endemic. But we have already, of course, provided expert advice to Ukraine. That will be ongoing. We've also reminded the government of Ukraine that Canada has a trade and development facility under which we can enhance their ability to access foreign markets, to make their SMEs aware, their small and medium-sized enterprises aware of export opportunities within Canada. They also are able to assist Ukraine with addressing governance challenges within the country. And so we're working very hard to try to bring all of these things together. It's going to be a long journey, but I am confident that President Poroshenko and his team have really set themselves on a course that will move Ukraine towards prosperity and peace.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was quite the privilege for Canada to have President Poroshenko actually address this very House. And in addressing us, he talked about the importance of arranging or trying to get that free trade agreement. It's obviously a very high priority to Ukraine government. And my question is related to that, given that this is the minister that leads the Canadian government on the issue of trade agreements. Can he provide us, and he's already talked somewhat about it in his opening remarks, but can he provide us anything further in terms of when he has, or does the government have some sort of a strategic time frame as to when they could see some form of agreement in principle, quite possible? We've been talking about the potential of a trade agreement with Ukraine for a couple of years, actually, now. and if he can provide us some thoughts in regards to what he would like to see personally in terms of an agreement in a time frame.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question, which does focus on Canada's trade relationship with Ukraine. We have completed a number of rounds of negotiations with Ukraine. A time frame, of course, is going to be very difficult to set, if not impossible. Understanding that the capacity of Ukraine's government to engage in a timely way in things such as trade negotiations is going to be very, very challenging. That said, we have actually on our side made significant efforts to assist Ukraine in continuing to prepare themselves to conclude negotiations. As I mentioned earlier, there is a trade and development facility which Ukraine actually can draw on, which would assist them with capacity restraints they have as they negotiate a trade agreement with Canada. Understand, Mr. Speaker, the standard we've always set when we negotiate trade agreements is that this has to be a trade agreement that reflects Canadian interests, that is in the national interest. But of course, in Ukraine's case, we also have additional motives, which are to assist Ukraine in restoring its economy to health. And that is going to be a long-term project for the Ukrainian people, for the Ukrainian government, and for us as Canadian partners. And we believe trade, liberalizing trade, opening up trade between our two countries is one measure we can take to enhance the prospect of Ukraine benefiting from the Canada-Ukraine relationship.
In comment, the Honourable Member for Provincier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the Minister for International Trade on his work, for his very good work with the people of Ukraine. I'm proud this evening to stand in support of Ukraine. I'm very proud of the position that our government has taken in supporting Ukraine and in the Ukrainian people's desire to pursue freedom and sovereignty and democracy. You know, I come from a riding that's very rich in Ukrainian history. I have many communities that have strong Ukrainian ethnicity and are very closely tied to the Ukrainian people, and many of them have friends and relatives still in the Ukraine. I'm also a grandson of Mennonite immigrants who in the early 1900s fled the Ukraine during a time of civil unrest and found their home here in Canada. I'm ever so grateful that Canada accepted my grandparents on both sides. And so I have a strong attachment to the people of the Ukraine. I spoke with a gentleman this past week who had been in Ukraine the previous week, and upon individuals there learning that he was Canadian, they expressed their sincere appreciation and thankfulness for the support that Canada has given the Ukraine. And in particular, there were three things that they were thankful for, Mr. Chairman. They said for our prayers, they appreciated that. For our support on the international stage. And thirdly, for supplying their troops with flak jackets. And to quote directly what one of the individuals said, they said to this fellow, "We provide our troops with food and clothing to keep them warm and fed, but you Canadians supply them with body armors, which makes sure that our sons and husbands come home at night." Mr. Speaker, the Ukrainian people are very appreciative and thankful for the support that we've shown them so far, and I'm just so proud that our Prime Minister has expressed unequivocal support for the people of Ukraine. And I'm just wondering if the Minister could expand a little bit further on how important it is going to be to provide continued economic support.
Honourable Minister of International Trade. You have about a minute and 10 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his comments because he and I share a common heritage. My mother was actually born about 30 miles from the eastern Ukrainian border. So I understand his passion for supporting Ukraine. Economic support is as important as the support we're providing in terms of military assistance, non-lethal, the training that we've recently agreed to undertake in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, the economic dimension of this relationship between Canada and Ukraine cannot be underestimated. We have somewhere in the order of 1.2 million Canadians of Ukrainian descent, many of whom are business people, and many of them who are prepared to engage economically with Ukraine. When I was there on my 2 trade missions, I was accompanied by quite a number of Canadian companies whose owners did have a Ukrainian heritage, and they were impressing upon us the importance of getting a trade agreement into place, of removing some of the trade barriers, of removing some of the investment barriers and the lack of transparency within the economy. And I am absolutely confident, Mr. Speaker, that if we do this right, Canada can play a major role in allowing Ukraine's economy to recover.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I would like to state that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona. This evening's debate is very important. I'm very happy to see MPs from all parties participating in it. The situation in Ukraine is of a particular concern, and everyone has been affected by it, in this House and elsewhere. Russia's illegitimate incursion in Crimea and other violences have shocked the international community. The Human Rights Bureau of the United Nations states that over 6,000 people are thought to have died in Ukraine and over 15,000 have been injured. Water and electricity for the population of that region is much more difficult to obtain. Fighting continues intermittently despite ceasefire agreements that have been signed by both parties. My NDP colleagues and I have supported and continue to support Canada's help for Ukrainians, especially within the assurance mission from the United Nations. We will be in solidarity, and we will continue to be so, with the Ukrainians, and we must help them out. Canada already helps them with non-lethal military means, but we can help them in other ways. We could help with the democratic development of the country, or we could help them with their economic stability. I have little time before me today. However, my colleagues from Ottawa Centre or Laurier Ste. Marie have all put forward various measures that Canada could take in order to help Ukraine. If I may, I would like to talk more about an announcement that was made a few weeks ago by the Minister of Defence, who stated that 200 Canadian soldiers would be sent there until March 2017 in order to train Ukrainian armed forces. We know that the Ukrainian army has certain issues at the moment. They have a key role to play in the stabilization of the region. However, unfortunately, they still have issues with their modernization and their professionalization. Canada, of course, could help on the matter in order to help train Ukrainian troops. The intention behind the recent announcement are perfectly laudable. However, there are certain concerns with regards to what Canadian troops will actually do on the field. We must have a press conference on the matter. We have a take-note debate. However, this does not give us any more information on the mandate given to Canadian troops in Ukraine. Canadians and parliamentarians must know more about the details of this mission. We are a democracy. Transparency is therefore important. We must have a debate on the matter in this House. In my riding, Barneuf-Jacques-Cartier, I have the Valcartier military base, and there are soldiers there who are part of the 5th Mechanized Brigade of Canada, and they are currently part of the Maple Resolve mission. They will be ready from the 1st of July. They are very much ready, which means that soldiers in Valcartier could be part of a deployment in Ukraine over the next few months, after the Petawawa Brigade has finished its tour. This being taken into consideration, it is essential, therefore, for military personnel and their families to be kept informed of Canada's intentions, what the mandate will truly be for our troops. Beyond a take-note debate like the one we have today, we must have an official debate and a vote in the House of Commons. That is essential. The government has taken a unilateral decision without consulting various parliamentarians from all parties. This is a deplorable way of doing things. Everyone here in the House agrees that we must help Ukraine. We have a role to play as Canadians, and we have a role to play in the democratization and the stabilization of the country. We must train their troops, of course. However, we must debate on the matter first and foremost. Unfortunately, this was not carried out by the government. We must go beyond what we have here this evening today. We are a democracy, and the government must give us the opportunity to have a formal debate on the question so that we could vote on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm rather confused. First of all, I'd like to thank the honourable member for having participated in the debate. However, after my announcement saying that we will train Ukrainian forces, the NDP Foreign Affairs critic asked for a debate, and that is why the government have tabled a motion that led to this debate this evening. However, I've been here for the past 2 or 3 hours. I haven't received any clear opposition from the NDP with regards to our training operation in Ukraine, an operation that has been announced by the government. I have a very simple question for the honourable member, therefore. Does she not agree with the Ukrainian force training mission that has been announced by our government? The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. On my side of things, I also was here for the vast majority of the debate this evening, this take-note debate, and I did not hear any details from the government that would have let us know more about the true mandate of our troops in the field. In order to create a true opposition, we must have transparency. Information must be given to us. The government must be ready to answer to our questions. That is not the case as it stands. The NDP wants this debate to be official. We don't only want a very informal take-note debate, as is the case this evening. We want to be able to speak out during an official vote. That is what we request from the government, and we have not received an answer on the matter. Questions and comments?
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do think it's an appropriate question to ask in terms of seeking clarification, because I'm not convinced that there is support that's coming from the Democrats on this particular mission. And what I've heard Speaker after Speaker talk about is that that the NDP do not see clear goals. They're concerned about theft of materials. What will the troops actually be doing? They don't know the details. And just based on the answer that she just provided the Minister of Defence, the question that I have for the member is, can she be concise in terms of a very clear answer as to what is the NDP position? If there was a vote on it today, if this was a vote as opposed to as opposed to the type of debate we have right now, how would she actually vote? Would she vote in favor of what's been done in terms of the military advisors going to Ukraine?
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I'd like to thank my Liberal colleague for his question. However, this seems to be a rather peculiar question. He says that we are rather confused. The Liberals tried to make their opinion on Canada's mission in Iraq and its mission in Syria. There was a lot of flip-flopping. There is no equivalent phrase in French. What we requested is very clear. We want more details in order to make an advised decision. We want to speak out during an official vote. That is what we've requested many times from the government. Contrary to the Liberal Party, the NDP wants to have all the details before making a decision. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I'm even more perplexed now, because the NDP has asked us for a debate, and that is what we have.
Information. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has not asked a single question in question period in the 2 weeks since the training announcement was made. They've not written me a letter asking for information. Tonight, when I spoke, they didn't ask me any information for any details on the training operation that I spoke about. They asked about logistics in the Ukrainian military and the provisionment of supplies. and they haven't asked any detailed or substantive questions about the training operation. We've provided all of the information. So what's actually going on here? Let's call the spade a spade. The NPD doesn't want to take a position, Mr. Speaker, because most Canadians support this training operation, but the NDP's ideological base cannot tolerate the notion of Canadian troops operating in any capacity overseas. So I think that's really what's happening. So let's just try to pull this out a little bit. What is their position, Mr. Speaker? If they actually have questions to ask, why haven't they asked them in question period? Why haven't they brought forward a opposition supply day to debate it and put it to a vote? Why haven't they written me a letter asking any of those questions? I just don't think it's credible.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I think that the minister must not be paying a lot of attention during question period because we're asking questions on this and we're never getting clear answers from the government. What we're having is a formal debate in this House. What we need, rather, is a formal debate, not a take-note debate after the decision's been made. And I think the minister has a short memory because the question that I asked was, how will the government keep Canadians and parliamentarians informed about the details of the mission, the goals of the mission, and the progression? And I've got no answer from him on that. So before answering his question, I'd like to hear an answer from him.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. I find it rather peculiar, Mr. Chair, in this debate that the Minister of Defence is now interjecting and saying, why is the NDP not simply focusing its discussion on military aid, and yet his own colleagues, including the Minister of Trade, stood and gave a lengthy speech about the need for Canada to support trade with Ukraine. There's been discussion about sanctions. I think that the entire Western world understands that in the situation that Ukraine is facing, it is important that we use every measure at our availability to help Ukraine to move forward, to fight back against the aggression that they are facing from their neighbor in Russia, and to fight against, as well, the perils in their economy right now, the fact that their democracy has flailed under previous administrations. There are so many pressures that Ukraine is facing. And I had understood since this debate began that we've actually had a very convivial dialogue about this. I certainly have a very strong Ukrainian-Canadian constituency in Alberta that I commune with. And I want to say first and foremost my thank you to the Ukrainian-Canadian diaspora. In my own community, the Ukrainian-Canadian community have stepped forward and raised tens of thousands of dollars in support of Ukrainians. First of all, after the turmoil, the deaths, the injuries in Medan, to support medical aid, to support the building of the democracy. I want to tip my hat to the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress for their continued relentless efforts to seek support by Canadians and the Canadian government to support the building of their nation, and to thank the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress for the establishment of the Canada-Ukraine Foundation, through which all of us can contribute to the building of Ukraine. I want to commend the Canadian government, not simply for stepping forward and providing military training aid, but they themselves admit this week, Minister Alexander was in Kyiv. I even heard the Minister of Defence mention that, or thank him for traveling to Kyiv and to be promising additional aid. Now, this additional aid is exactly in the direction that one of my colleagues mentioned tonight, and that is in building civil society and their ability to hold their own government accountable. Very, very important. And I'm delighted to hear that the FCM is going to be helping to deliver that. A lot of experience working with civil society. Many of us have spoken tonight about a clear strategy on sanctioning. Grateful that the government has been imposing sanctions. Clearly, there's some important people that have been left out, and we're simply asking questions on why, particularly, are those people being left out. Obviously, we can play a major ongoing role in diplomacy. We have a long history of diplomacy. Something that was brought to my attention tonight is very interesting, that the elders who were established by Nelson Mandela in 2007 are traveling to Russia to meet with Putin. to try to get him to move more towards peace. That includes Kofi Annan, that includes Lakhdar Brahmi, Foreign Minister of Algeria, Jimmy Carter, Gro Harlem Brundtland, Ernesto Zedillo, former President of Mexico. So many nations around the world are stepping up to the plate and concentrating efforts to support Ukraine. One area that I've not heard the government mention, and it actually came forward in our Natural Resources Committee, we had a full-day review on how do we help Ukraine as they're suffering in their problems with energy. Some of the conditions imposed by the IMF are telling them they have to stop the subsidies on energy. I have been conversing through one of my former interns with the officials in Ukraine who are looking for expertise on energy efficiency. That is an area in Canada where we have a lot of expertise, and I would hope that the government will move forward and turn to our experts and also send them over. So, of course, the million-dollar question is, what happens when the troops move towards Kharkiv or Mariupol? Let's hope it doesn't happen. Let's hope that all the efforts on the front by many nations supporting Ukraine will prevent that from happening.
Questions and comments? Gaston Kamantai, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my colleague from Edmonton's comments. There's been some comments here tonight about, we haven't given specific information on what's going on in the training mission over there. And I think, Mr. Chair, we have a number of times. And I'd just like to list them and ask my colleague a question about whether they would support them or not. We're doing anti-IED training, military police training, logistics management training, individual unit tactical training, medical training, particularly with the experience we've gained in years in Afghanistan, and flight safety training. Those are the 6 grosso modo things that we're doing there, Mr. Chair. I wonder if my colleague would agree that the NDP can support those mission objectives.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I know that he has a strong military background, and of course that's the area he's most interested in. From my perspective, I've worked many years in foreign aid. That's where my expertise is. These questions probably more belong to our defense critics. Of course, that's the kind of aid that we would like to provide to a lot of countries. That's not what the question is before us. The question is, what is the framework for providing that aid? What are the safeguards and so forth? I don't think that it is us that have raised those questions. There are others who put those questions to us, and we simply put them forward to the government. I think one of the things that we could do, in the same that we step forward to call for the freedom of Yulia Tymoshenko, is I would like to see this government up front and center to defend Nadia Savchenko. She is a current hero of Ukraine, and I would like to hear more talk about that. What is our strategy going to be is to try to free Nadia.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'd like to thank my friend from Edmonton Strathcona for her presentation tonight. And this is, I think, an issue that, despite the fact that it's clear that Putin's aggression is illegal, that there are complexities to this issue that former USSR leader Mikhail Gorbachev brought out in terms of the historical context, the rapid breakup of the former Soviet Union, the failure of perestroika, and his call that we not use rhetoric that fans flames of disunity and disharmony. Obviously, Ukraine and Russian peoples have much in common, and there should be, as Gorbachev has called for, efforts to find a peace that is sustainable for both peoples. Is there a role that Canada can play? I'm supportive of everything we can do to help the people of Ukraine. I support sanctions, but I am also concerned that we have placed Canadian troops into this situation without a discussion in Parliament. I know I may be a very small minority on this point, but I am concerned, and I would rather see us pursuing whatever we can do to build the bridges, as I see German leader Angela Merkel attempting to do.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Yes, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Of course, this is the moment in time when the world is meeting at the UN, moving towards nuclear disarmament. And that is where we could be putting a lot more effort. I know that the current government isn't a particular fan of the UN, but I think that what we have to remember is there are 2 major mechanisms we work through. One is the UN and one is NATO. I note that this military mission, even in training, is not endorsed by NATO. So I remain a little bit puzzled on how exactly we're rationalizing the sending of troops and not seeking the support of Parliament. Frankly, from my standpoint, I can remember hearing the voices of the Ukrainians on the eastern border with Russia and saying, please, we don't want Ukrainian or Russian troops in our community. We are going to be at risk. I think that our responsibility is try to reduce that risk and to try to keep front and center those families who are being put at risk. And so we need to be exercising every conceivable diplomatic measure that we can so that, in fact, it doesn't move towards a larger scale war. I think it's our obligation to stand with other nations and make sure that Minsk II is actually obeyed.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, and first of all, I should say I'm splitting my time with the member for Etobicoke Centre. But thank you for the opportunity to participate in this debate. Mr. Speaker, I've heard lots of people talk tonight about helping Ukraine, and I'm pleased to inform the House that Canada is doing a great deal to help Ukraine from a humanitarian situation, from a development perspective, and also, of course, what we're doing to help strengthen their military. So I want to focus my remarks today on Canada's Development Assistance Program and its role in responding to Ukraine's democratic and economic crisis. Mr. Speaker, last year's revolution was about Ukrainians' desire to live in a prosperous, democratic, independent European country. Given the current conflict in eastern Ukraine and the country's general economic and democratic fragility, there is quite obviously still a very long way to go. But progress is coming, Mr. Speaker, and this is thanks in large part to a new generation of young reformers in government and because of a re-energized civil society that continues to work in the best interests of the Ukrainian people. Canada's own contributions in Ukraine are helping too. As our Prime Minister announced, Canada has expedited and prioritized new bilateral development assistance programming to support Ukraine, more than doubling the development assistance budget over traditional levels. Since January 2014, Canada has committed more than $578 million in funding to assist Ukraine. Of this, $139 million is for increased bilateral development assistance, or more specifically, to advance democracy and the rule of law and to stimulate sustainable economic growth. Since January 2014, Canada has announced over $43 million for projects to advance democracy and the rule of law. Through trusted partners, we have sent observers to ensure free and fair elections. Canadian technical assistance improves election regulations, trains elections officials, ensures safety at voting stations, and raises voter rights awareness. There were 2 national elections in Ukraine last year, and Canada played a leadership role in coordinating international assistance and election monitoring. This year, our partners will continue to work for longer-term change in Ukraine's democratic culture. They will do this by training political parties to better respond to citizens' issues and by developing mechanisms for public engagement. As Ukraine begins to decentralize, next October's local elections will be another important step forward in the country's democratic transition. Canadian contributions in Ukraine also include supporting efforts for an independent, free media and a strong civil society. Free access to information and ideas lets citizens form educated opinions based on facts, allowing for constructive and effective participation in the democratic decision-making process. Freedom of expression, information, and media are therefore as important for individual dignity as they are for accountability and democracy. And Canada is pleased to support development projects that improve these basic rights in Ukraine. In addition, Canada supports Ukrainian cities and regional administration in economic planning and active and effective citizen engagement. As resources and authority continue to be decentralized, local governments are facing greater demands. Given Canada's strong municipal management expertise, we have spent the past several years sharing our knowledge with Ukrainian cities. The country's 2015 budget has increased funding for local governments and a constitutional reform to entrench decentralized planning. We will continue to draw on Canadian and regional experiences, including Polish expertise, to assist local governments to manage new functions, resources, and to ensure oversight and accountability. And, Mr. Chair, I see that you've given me the sign that I have very little time left. I just want to emphasize that Ukraine is a top priority for Canada, and it is one of the 25 countries of focus for development assistance. Canada is among the strongest international supporters of Ukraine's efforts to restore economic stability and implement democratic and economic reforms. We have condemned in the strongest terms Russia's aggressive actions in Ukraine, and we continue to be at the forefront of the international community's response to Russia's aggression. We are monitoring the situation very closely, and we will continue to deliver assistance and appropriate aid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a great deal of concern with regards to just the amount of Russian propaganda that is out there. If you listen to the propaganda, you get all sorts of untruths, such as the people that are causing the war factions or the civil unrest in eastern Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And the minister made reference to the importance of development projects. And I'm wondering if she would give a sense in terms of what it is that she would like to see in terms of how it is that we could play a role in countering the Russian propaganda machine that's out there that has proven to be fairly effective in terms of formulating opinions that are just not true. An example of that, Mr. Speaker, would in fact be that you have Russian military personnel causing all of the unrest in vast majority part in the eastern part of Ukraine.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was privileged to be part of the Foreign Affairs Committee that went to Ukraine 2 years ago, and we met when I was in Kharkiv. We met with the small group of people who were part of the free media, and they too were telling us how difficult it was for the free media to have any effect in or influence in Ukraine simply because they didn't have enough private sector advertisements to keep the free media functional. And I'm pleased to tell the House that while I was there, I wrote a personal check for $200 to give to this one gentleman who was running his own radio station. And I said to him, I am buying advertising from you. This is a fair exchange of goods. And I don't care if the only thing you say is Lois Brown supports free and fair elections. However many times $200 would buy, I wanted him to put that advertisement on the radio. So pleased to say that I have supported the free and independent media in Kharkiv and certainly hope that they have the opportunity to continue. We will continue to do that with our development dollars. We know how important civil society is to the growth of a free and democratic society.
I would point out to members the rules that apply here are similar to the rules that apply in the House. And one cannot use the name of a member, including one's own name, in speeches in the House. Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the honourable member for running ads that said the honourable parliamentary secretary supports free democratic elections. I hope that Mr. Chair, I can probe the question of the budget for humanitarian assistance in Canada. We just received the budget. It doesn't give us a total for what development assistance is available in 2015. We have a lot of pressures, and I know my honourable colleague takes them to heart and works very hard on them, but we have humanitarian crisis right now, a huge humanitarian crisis of Syrian refugees, which is pressed up against Jordan, Libya, and Jordan and Lebanon, and also Turkey, with overflowing refugee camps that are under-resourced. Now we're looking at, we obviously have a real concern for the people of Ukraine. We have our traditional partnerships around the world and the priority on maternal and child care. It looks, from what I've been able to find out, as if the budget for overseas development assistance was cut by $670 million 2 years ago, and it looks as though the amount is frozen. So my question to my honourable colleague is, are there more aid dollars coming? Is there an increase that wasn't mentioned in the 2015 budget? How are we going to meet all these commitments?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. What we do know about aid is that at the conference that's coming up in Addis Ababa in July, the ask is going to be for some $135 billion. We know that there is never going to be enough money in any aid budget. It's time that we did aid differently. And so we are looking at some new financing mechanisms to ensure that we get private sector dollars in there as well. And our Minister of International Development, Canada, has been at the forefront of these initiatives, working with the World Economic Forum and most recently the announcement that was made in Washington. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians continue to be exceedingly generous people. We just made the announcement on Monday about a matching fund for the Nepal emergency that's going on, and for every dollar that is contributed by an individual Canadian, the Canadian government is going to match that dollar for dollar. I encourage people to consider giving generously. Organizations like Save the Children, World Vision, the World Food Program, Salvation Army, Habitat for Humanity, Médecins Sans Frontières, all organizations that are accepting donations, and we know, Red Cross included in there too, Mr. Speaker. We know that Canadians are exceedingly generous people, and what they want to know is that their aid dollars are being spent effectively. The results that we have seen from the money that we have put into our maternal, newborn, and child health initiative have been nothing short of miraculous. Some 280,000 mums whose lives have been saved, and millions of children who are now reaching their 5th birthday. It's about accountability. It's about effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to spend the dollars appropriately and continue to get those kinds of results.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm honored to take part in this very, very important debate in support of Ukraine tonight. And I'd like to begin by praising the Ukrainian-Canadian diaspora for their support and commitment to Ukraine. That's all 1.2 million Canadians of Ukrainian heritage. And the organizations that organize this community, like the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, League of Ukrainian Canadians, League of Ukrainian Canadian Women, the Canada-Ukraine Foundation, and the Ukrainian-Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and so many others, Mr. Speaker. They've been absolutely incredible, and I thank them all so sincerely for their efforts and their leadership. There's also, in fact, a new medical mission leaving this week on a diaspora-led mission, and recently as well, Canada has sent 1,100 tactical medical units and 238 sets of state-of-the-art night vision goggles to Ukraine's army. I also praise Canadians in Ukraine, like Lena Kosharny and others, who in collaboration with Canada's ambassador to Ukraine, Roman Washchuk, have ensured that all material has been sent and is received and delivered accordingly, and well done to them. Mr. Chair, whether it takes months, years, or decades, Crimea will return to its rightful place in Ukraine. Canada will never recognize the illegal Russian occupation of any Ukrainian territory. Mr. Chair, Mr. Putin must also stop his campaign to undermine all of his neighbors in the Baltic states and in the West with his very dangerous information war waged against all of us, and particularly directed, in fact, at the Russian people themselves, as he drifts closer and closer to Russia's totalitarian past. By doing so, Putin perceives enemies and threats where none existed, and it now continues to threaten global peace and security. Mr. Chair, the Russian people themselves have big hearts and big souls. Russians are generous and kind people that are being misdirected by their own leadership. They're being misdirected by Putin and his oligarch facilitators, who continue to prosper despite a failing economy while his weapons expansion continues and the Russian people increasingly suffer and go without. His war upon his own people is intended to methodically eliminate the democracy that they very much deserve after the long, dark years of communism. I'm very proud of the role Canada is playing in promoting peace and stability in Eastern Europe today and to bring stabilization to Ukraine so that Ukrainian people can choose their own path, democratically, in a free and prosperous Ukrainian nation. Unprecedented in the Cold War era, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has highlighted the broader importance of the transatlantic security relationship and that of NATO in particular. As a founding member of NATO, Canada has a long-standing commitment to promoting security in Central and Eastern Europe. This commitment was evidenced by a swift response to the current crisis. In fact, the Government of Canada was among the first to respond to NATO's call for contributions to the alliance's immediate assurance measures. As ever, the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces answered the call, and I'm proud to have served alongside them during my time in the military. Thank you. Mr. Chair, early on, Canada deployed soldiers to Poland and Eastern and Central Europe as part of Op Reassurance. Over the last 12 months, our soldiers have taken part in numerous training exercises aimed at building the capacity of our allies. An important contribution to NATO's persistent presence in the region, Canada has taken on a leadership role in training exercises designed to develop and enhance interoperability, readiness, and joint operations capability and multinational responses to potential crises. Indeed, since the initial deployment last year, over 500 Canadian Armed Forces members have participated in exercises in Poland, Germany, Lithuania, and Latvia, and more will continue to, Mr. Speaker. There are approximately 220 soldiers stationed in Dravsko-Pomorsky, and soon, Mr. Chair, there will be approximately 200 Canadian soldiers in Ukraine helping to develop capacity in Ukraine's army, and that was recently announced by Canada's Minister of National Defence, and we thank him for that announcement. Their deployment not only represents a demonstration of our ongoing commitment to NATO, but also of the readiness and professionalism of the Canadian Armed Forces. The leadership role undertaken by Canada's Armed Forces in training during Op Reassurance is a testament to our determination to increase this interoperability. Mr. Chair, Canada is a proud ally, and we will work very closely with our allies in NATO and in Ukraine. And Mr. Chair, Canada will always stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine. This Prime Minister, this government, our ministers will make sure of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question, come on side. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know for medical reasons the member from Toronto Centre is not able to be with us. And I know this has been a very important question for her, and I'd like to put it to the member. It's related to the very important banking industry, world banking industry, and just to get a sense from the member in terms of what his thoughts are. There has been suggestions that there needs to be some dialogue, and to what degree he might be able to provide the House whether or not this government's had any dialogue on the issue of the possibilities of banning Russia from the SWIFT banking system. I recognize, Mr. Speaker, the important role Canada has to play leadership in trying to look at consensus. Is this one of the things in which the government is having discussions on?
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mike, here we go. I'd like to thank the member for his question, and as he knows, the SWIFT system is a private entity based in Belgium. We do as allies, talk to all of our allies, whether it's financial, whether it's NATO, and in other fields, and we continually have that dialogue. But, Mr. Speaker, we also have to move in concert with the rest of our allies, as well as taking into account the SWIFT system's independent nature. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know my colleague from the Etobicoke Centre is a bit of a historian, and he talked about some of the countries in the region that are sort of within Putin's vision. And you know, in the 1930s, we heard about protecting the German nationals in Sudetenland and Poland and Austria and other places, and we know what happened there. Does the things we hear today about protecting the ethnic Russians in Moldova or Georgia or Estonia or a number of other places in that region, does that give my colleague concern about having seen this movie before?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honourable member for his question, and I thank him for his service, his many long years of service as a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Speaker, I have seen this movie before. My parents, in fact, have seen this movie before, and my father could tell you about this movie from the inside of a gulag. This is something that is recurring in history. Vladimir Putin is also a historian. He studies Stalin. He understands Stalin, and he is refining his methods. He is drifting very quickly back to Russia's totalitarian communist past. And, Mr. Speaker, this should be disturbing to us all. This is somebody who is pressing again, since the Cold War, our borders, the overflights of our Arctic, the overflights of the Baltic space, the overflights of other NATO members is a violation, and something that is provocative, and something that is threatening global peace and security where it never had to be, where it never should have been. Vladimir Putin has personal ambitions to recreate an empire of his own. And, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to allow him to do that, because Canada and our allies are going to stand firm in the face of Mr. Putin, and all of us are going to enjoy the freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law that all of our nations have earned over 70-plus years of having to deal with a communist system.
Questions and comments. Ms. Joey come on side. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague and friend from the Etobicoke Centre for that great intervention. I want to just quickly have him talk about the value of training. As a former colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces, knowing what it's like to be in infantry and the dangers that are associated with the equipment that you use, and the occasional situation where you actually technically shoot yourself in the foot, where you actually have self-inflicted casualty. And we've heard about this happening in Ukraine because of the volunteers and the recent recruits as they stood up this brand new army in the last year. If you can talk to the value of what we're going to be doing there as a training mission.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for all of his work on Ukraine, for the multiple election missions we've been on, for the multiple times he has personally delivered non-lethal military aid to Ukraine, and I thank him for all of that on behalf of Canada and on behalf of the Ukrainian people. Mr. Speaker, an army needs to constantly train. Canada has learned that even throughout the years of Afghanistan. Every time we sent a new mission to Afghanistan, there was an 18-month cycle of training, deployment, and returning, and sometimes that went as long as 2 years. This is something that the fundamentals of any army have to be reinforced. No matter how good you are, you need to. It's like an athlete. You need to continue to train, and reinforce those fundamentals. It becomes muscle memory. It becomes instinct. And that's what the Ukrainian forces need from us. We have that expertise, Mr. Speaker. We have expertise, as you know, from the many years in Afghanistan, other missions as well, Bosnia, and of course what we're learning across the globe right now as Canada works very hard to achieve peace and stability in other places. So the Ukrainian forces need that reinforcement. I know their people are battle-hardened. However, they need to understand the fundamentals of training. They need to be able to train themselves eventually. And as a former trainer myself on many courses, Mr. Speaker, it's important that all of this is reinforced and that we provide the fundamentals to the Ukrainian armed forces so they can carry on forward themselves in future years and keep their army strong and well-trained. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to be able to stand here today, to be able to talk and share some thoughts on what is a very important issue, not only here in Canada, but I would suggest to you around the world, as the world is focused very much so in terms of what's happening in Ukraine. And to make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, as millions around the world will acknowledge that, like the Liberal Party, we recognize the sovereignty of Ukraine. And, Mr. Speaker, the Western world and beyond have seen this horrible situation arise because of one leader of Putin from Russia, who has caused so much damage and destruction in an area of the world in which there is an immense amount of pride and just the desire to be able to see Ukraine grow, Mr. Speaker. And this setback that has been put upon this great nation is most unfortunate and very hard to describe. Mr. Speaker, we look in terms of where we are today and where how it's ultimately evolved. I would suggest to you that the real heroes here are those individuals, the people of Ukraine, who took note what was taking place not that long ago in terms of the European Union and the trade agreements that were being talked about, or the trade association, or the movement towards that was being rejected by the former president, Mr. Speaker. And what we witnessed was the people of Ukraine filling the streets, in particular Maidan, making a very powerful and strong message that not only that they were sending to the elites and the leadership in Ukraine, but also to people around the world, Mr. Speaker. And the real heroes of those individuals that actually put their life on the line, many of which lost their lives, Mr. Speaker, in that battle, and how it has brought us to where we are today. To recognize and to appreciate the efforts of people from coast to coast to coast here in Canada, in their caring heart and passion, wanting to see Canada play a role in what's happening in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect that that is what has been a motivating factor that needs to be acknowledged in terms of what we're debating here today, and the many other debates that we have had now for well over a year, Mr. Speaker, related to Ukraine. We've had member statements. We've had emergency debates, not one, but I believe two. We've had many members of Parliament actually visit Ukraine. We have had hundreds of people of Ukrainian heritage and others participate in elections, whether it was the presidential election or the parliamentary election, Mr. Speaker. All I would suggest to you is because Canada truly does care about what's happening in Ukraine. I indicated in a question that I was afforded the opportunity to ask in regards to what a privilege it was to have President Petro Poroshenko actually address the House of Commons here in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, and acknowledge how much he appreciated the friendship and the general goodwill coming from Canada, in particular people of Ukrainian heritage, Mr. Speaker, reaching out and supporting Ukraine in a time of need. If I may, very briefly, just commend the people of Winnipeg in particular, Mr. Speaker, in terms of just the efforts that they have put in. We have seen fundraisings, events, we have seen protests, individuals in very cold temperatures, I must say, to halls for fundraising, providing money, support, whether it's for military or victims, Mr. Speaker. Canada has been engaged not only at the political level, but at the grassroots level. And it has been the people, whether it's the people of Ukraine or people here in Canada, that have been a driving force in making sure that we take the actions that are so very important to support Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, at a time in need. So what can we do? Well, we're talking today about the sending of 200 Canadian Forces personnel for training purposes to Ukraine. Be very clear, the Liberal Party, the leader of the Liberal Party, virtually from day one, has stated that we support the Canadian military personnel going over, playing the role that has in fact been asked of them to do so, Mr. Speaker. Whether it was the hundreds of millions in aid or other types of support that we have lent to Ukraine, much like Canadians as a whole, we as a political entity here have been very supportive. We have some incredible individuals within our caucus, Mr. Speaker, whether it was our critic for foreign affairs, the member from Toronto Centre, or my colleague from Wascana, or as is suggested earlier, the leader of the Liberal Party has really allowed me, through being able to go to Ukraine, not once, twice, but on several occasions, just to get a better sense of what is taking place, Mr. Speaker, has been very, very beneficial. The caucus discussions that we have had have been very thorough. In fact, Mr. Speaker, some might recall back in February, I had raised the issue in regards to Canada possibly playing a stronger or having a military presence. In fact, what was the government doing in regards to that issue? And I had raised back in February on behalf of the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, in the form of a question period setting. Mr. Speaker, we recognize, as I have, the phenomenal efforts of individuals, but also of organization. No more than the Canadian Congress, Mr. Speaker. Our Ukrainian Canadian Congress has been fantastic in supporting members of all political parties inside this House and providing updates. I think that there are some valid issues that have been raised through the Congress, and I've attempted to raise them this evening, and just to very briefly make reference to two of them that I think would be of value to hear some dialogue. I recognize that it is a very awkward statement for some members to be able to provide comment on, but I do believe that it is something that does need to be raised, Mr. Speaker. And when I raise it in the perspective of saying that we look at our allies, our people that are supporting us, and we need to work in sync with our allies and also the United States. But there's also things that can be done, Mr. Speaker, in terms of providing some leadership. And there's two areas in particular that I would raise or reinforce. The issue of banning Russia from the SWIFT banking system is something of great concern. And I don't know to what degree the government has been raising this particular issue. So I put that on the table, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, I made reference to the number of deaths. You know, we have had estimated 7,000, 19,000 wounded. The issue of weaponry has been something that has been raised or brought to our attention. I suspect it's been brought to the government's attention. And again, you know, to what degree is the government working and having some sort of a sense of discussion on those issues with our allies and the United States, Mr. Speaker. The issue of free trade is something in which we've talked somewhat about this evening. It's an issue that I think does have some merit in terms of the long-term relationship between Canada and Ukraine. After all, it is something that President Poroshenko addressed the House and in essence said that he would welcome Canada to enter into this. And if you think about it, Mr. Speaker, the European Union, the trade deal, and so forth, it would seem to be a natural fit, but we do have to be, I suspect, very aggressive on that file. I see my time has already expired, Mr. Chairperson. I do appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The
Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member from Winnipeg Center or Winnipeg North for his comments. I just want to quickly get to 2 points that he made. One, he said that his leader has been supportive of Ukraine right from that get-go. So how does he square the circle when his leader said that the Russians are going to be mad because they lost at hockey, and that making those types of flippant comments and trying to portray the invasion and occupation and the illegal annexation of Crimea as a joke? So how can he say that his leader is supportive of Ukraine when he has not apologized for it? Yeah, and we know that he has been kind of vacant on this debate over the last year and a bit. We have not seen a strong statement from the leader, and I'm really concerned that his former leader, Jean Chrétien, is off to Russia later this week to meet with President Putin. So how does he square that when he's going as an individual, or maybe he's going there on behalf of the Liberal Party? I don't know. But is he going to try to undermine Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect that the member, with all due respect, is being somewhat selective in terms of what it is that he chooses to quote from. What I can tell the member and individuals that might be watching what's taking place this evening is that the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada has been very clear in terms of we recognize, and he has indicated very clearly that we recognize the sovereignty of Ukraine, that there is an illegal occupation that has taken place by Russia in Crimea, that we are concerned deeply, as Canadians as a whole are concerned, about what's taking place in Donetsk and Luhansk and the eastern portion of Ukraine. The leader of the Liberal Party has been very vocal on the issue. Maybe the member is not in the same circles or listening to the leader as he has delivered many discussions, whether it's in roundtables or one-on-ones or meeting with different groups. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that the leader of the Liberal Party is in fact quite passionate about the importance of Ukraine and recognizing just how important it is that we recognize the sovereignty of Ukraine and that we be there to support Ukraine in whatever way we can.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering that the parties in this House have been remarkably supportive of a mission for which we do not have a whole lot of information, it's unfortunate that this has turned into some partisan sparring. But I did want to ask the member for Winnipeg North what information his party has been privy to about the RadarSat-2 data, whether it is, as I've heard the case and has the member heard, that the Ukrainian government is dissatisfied with the quality of data it's now receiving from the Canadian Department of Defense and has asked for RadarSat-2 stations to be set up directly in Ukraine to directly provide the data to them.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not as familiar with that. I suspect that if she was to check with our foreign affairs critic, he'd have a better sense. That's not what I understand to be the case. Generally speaking, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that the results have been relatively positive in terms of how it's been received in Ukraine on a number of actions that the government has taken. There are some areas in which the government can, in fact, improve upon. For example, when we talk about the individual economic sanctions, we've made reference to Igor Sanchin in terms of why it is that he has not been classified as an individual that should be sanctioned when we see other jurisdictions, in particular the USA, that has recognized him as who he is and has sanctioned this particular individual. The government will often talk about numbers. Well, we have the highest number. It's not the actual who has the most individuals sanctioned. It's the quality of the list. And, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that the government does need to improve the way in which it's looking at putting in some of the sanctions, and that it can, in fact, be doing a better job. The specific that the leader of the Green Party makes reference to, I just don't know enough about to be able to provide further detail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I will be splitting my time with my colleague, Member of Parliament for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Mr. Chair, I'm very honored to have this opportunity to participate in today's important debate on Canada's support to Ukraine. And also, as a Member of Parliament for Mississauga East Cooksville, I have many people, many constituents that have Ukrainian roots. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their participation, for their contribution, and of course all the organizations that were already named by other colleagues during this debate. I was shocked, like many Canadians, by Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine in February last year, leading to the current unlawful and unacceptable occupation of Crimea. I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, because Russia's action in Ukraine show a fundamental disregard for the rules of the international system. This hostility is a threat to the people of Ukraine, to our friends and allies in Eastern Europe, and to the world order as we know it. By annexing Crimea, Russia has violated its obligations towards Ukraine as stipulated in the 1994 Budapest Memorandum. And by annexing Crimea, Russia has abandoned its responsibility as a world leader, leaving the international community with no choice other than to take actions in support of Ukraine and the region. I am proud to say that Canada, as a strong member of NATO, has been involved from the very beginning. Indeed, a critical part of Canada's contribution to date is the remarkable work of the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. And I would like to take some time to highlight the contributions of the Royal Canadian Air Force through Operation Reassurance. As you may know, Mr. Speaker, Canadian Air Task Force participated in the NATO Baltic Air Policing Mission from September to December 2014 in Lithuania. The NATO Baltic Air Policing Mission aims to preserve the integrity of NATO European airspace and safeguard NATO nations from air attacks. This assistance is crucial for member nations, such as Baltic states of Latvia, Estonia and Lithuania, as they lack the full range of air defense assets in their own militaries. This is increasingly important in the wake of Russia's aggression towards Ukraine. Canada's contribution to this essential mission included approximately 135 personnel, 4 CF-18 Hornet fighter jets, along with a mission support element. In this mission, the Canadian Air Task Force worked with NATO allies and responded to intrusions of Baltic airspace. While Canada formally handed over its NATO-Baltic air policing mission responsibilities to Poland, the Royal Canadian Air Force continued to actively support operations until early January 2015 to ensure the continuity of operations and to support NATO allies and security partners in the interim transition period. The work of the Canadian Armed Forces and this mission allowed Canada to support NATO operations in the region while showing support to our allies in Eastern Europe. In addition, the Royal Canadian Air Force's contribution to the NATO Baltic air policing mission. Canadian aviators also conducted interoperability training with NATO allies in Romania from May to August 2014. This training included air defense, air superiority, airspace testing and evaluation, as well as tactical support. And this air task force included 6 CF-18 Hornet fighter aircraft and about 200 personnel. And I can see, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, you are showing me that my time is almost up. Therefore, I will conclude. Mr. Chair, Canadians can be proud of Canada's support to NATO assurance measures to promote security and stability in the region. Thanks to the hard work of the Canadian Armed Forces, Canada is able to make a real and effective difference every time our military personnel deploy. In collaboration with our allies, we are not only demonstrating allies' solidarity, but we are sending a clear message to Russia that attempts of changing borders by force must be stopped. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for having noticed how he was very involved in the Ukraine file, as is the case for many of us. This is a cause that is dear for him. I would like us to talk about a more specific matter regarding what can be currently done. Sometimes I feel that some are focusing on only particular aspects without looking at the bigger picture of what is truly happening in Ukraine and without figuring out what we can do in order to reach long-term objectives on how Ukraine can develop and how Ukraine can have better governance. Could he explain to me if he believes that there are ways we can boycott certain sectors, especially with regards to Russia, as we have said many times today? Could we boycott those who are close to Putin and who are not yet on our boycott lists here in Canada? I think that there are certain such measures that we could take which would be a step in the right direction. One of the main important points that we have not really touched upon today is corruption. So long as there is corruption rife in Ukraine, they will have trouble developing in the long term. Could he give me any more information on that matter? Would it not be beneficial to go even further than what we've done so far?
Cooksville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would like to also thank the colleague opposite for her question. And I had an opportunity to be with her as an election observer in the last presidential election in Ukraine. And, Mr. Chair, she did speak about many things that can be done and it should be done in Ukraine, but I will focus on this mission, on the 200 personnel that's going to train the Ukrainian army. It's very important, and actually I was asking for it since the very beginning. It's important for Ukraine, it's important for every country that they have well-trained military. And the advantage that Ukraine has, that they have the territory where they can set up the training base, where they can get the assistance not only from Canada, but also from other from other allies, that they can get the proper training, eventually they can get the better equipment, and they can face with force Russia's aggressions. Because unfortunately, what Putin is showing is force, and force can be only stopped by force, and I hope we will come to the point where he is able, or someone that comes after him, to sit at the table and resolve the situation through the diplomatic channels, not through force, not through military actions.
Questions and comments? Short question. We're short of time. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can be short. Let me actually quote a question. Quote a question that was actually sent to me. So I'm just asking this question on behalf of someone else. You made reference to the 200, to the member, and he says, ask him, or just pose a question, how 200 Canadian military servicemen will help prepare the Ukrainian military, who are facing 60 times that number of Russian soldiers fighting in Ukraine. Approximately 12,000 Russian soldiers are in eastern Ukraine right now. I guess the question that I would ask is, how is it determined, the 200? Does the member have any sense? I think it's an interesting question.
Honourable Member for, excuse me, Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as I guess indicated, these are people that are going to train. These are instructors. And there are also people, instructors coming from other countries, from the U.S., from European countries. Therefore, that would be a larger group. And they're not going there to fight a Russian army. They're going there to do the basic training, to organize that they can build their own army that can eventually face Putin and protect their own territory.
Good answer. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and for the Francophonie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On August 24th, 1991, Ukraine declared to the world that it would no longer be part of the Soviet Union. It would seek its own independent and democratic future. In the very early years of the country's independence, Ukraine had to make many tough decisions as it established its sovereignty. Ukraine a dû prendre des décisions difficiles.
Ukraine had to make difficult decisions in establishing its sovereignty.
The government of Ukraine was to rid the country of nuclear weapons and to accede to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Taken in the spirit of non-proliferation and disarmament and contributing to global security, this decision was applauded by the world community. In return, the government of Ukraine sought guarantees in signing the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances on December 5th, 1994. This document governed the removal of weapons of mass destruction from Ukrainian territory in exchange for assurances from its partners and co-signatories, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Russia. The signatories committed to respecting the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. They agreed that they would refrain from the threat and use of force. They guaranteed also, Mr. Chair, that their weapons would never be used against Ukraine, except in self-defense or otherwise in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. They reaffirmed their commitment to seek immediate United Nations Security Council action to provide assistance to Ukraine if it should become a victim of an act of aggression. Russia, through its reckless and cynical policies, has broken its commitments. Instead of being a guarantor of Ukraine's security, it has become its biggest threat. In March 2014, Russia annexed Crimea illegally. Today, it continues to maintain troops in eastern Ukraine and to provide weapons and support to insurgents there. Russia is determined to break up Ukraine. Russia continues to conduct a relentless media campaign propagating falsehoods about the Ukrainian government and the political and economic reforms the country is trying to achieve. Mr. Chair, this aggression is an attempt to undermine efforts by the government and the people of Ukraine to change direction towards democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Russia's complete disregard for basic international norms and its own commitments has necessitated a strong international response to assist Ukraine in defending its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. Chair, I am proud to say that Canada has stepped up. Hear, hear. Hear. In response to a request from the Ukrainian government and in collaboration with international partners, Canada has provided non-lethal military equipment to the government of Ukraine to address a number of the critical needs of Ukraine's forces. Specifically, these contributions, which include night vision goggles, medical kits, a mobile field hospital, high-frequency radios, and ordnance disposal equipment enhance the capabilities of Ukrainian armed forces in their fight to defend their country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Canada has also recently announced a significant military contribution to assist Ukraine in building the capacity of its armed forces. These initiatives are part of a whole-of-government effort to make sure we are providing the best possible support to our partners in Ukraine. To this end, the Department of National Defence and Foreign Affairs, Trade and International Development, both departments, have worked closely together over the past year to deliver timely and effective support to Ukraine's security and defence forces, including through jointly delivered material assistance and direct collaboration on the development of the recently announced military training initiative at every stage. In addition to training and equipment support, Canada is also working to build capacity and reform Ukraine's security institutions. Canada is contributing to the NATO-Ukraine Trust Funds, with a focus on assisting Ukraine in developing its command, control, communications, and computer capabilities. Canada is also supporting efforts to help reform Ukraine's logistics systems and increase its interoperability with NATO. Military capacity building programming to Ukraine also includes the deployment of a Canadian security expert to the NATO liaison officer in Ukraine, as well as military police training. We do not stand alone in our efforts to support Ukraine's security. Through the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, or OSCE, we are supporting efforts to ensure that the international community is aware of developments on the ground. Canada is a strong supporter of the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission, an unarmed civilian mission that aims to reduce tensions and foster stability and security. We have deployed 22 Canadians who are experts in security, human rights, the rule of law, and media to the monitoring mission. Canada has a long history of contributing to free and fair elections in Ukraine, and the 2014 presidential and parliamentary elections were no exception. Through bilateral and OSCE election observation missions, Canada sent some 300 Canadian observers to each election, contributing to Canada's and Ukraine's efforts to elect officials in free, fair, and democratic elections. Unfortunately, Russian police and actions have a destabilizing impact across the region. For this reason, the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and International Development is contributing to the NATO-accredited Centres of Excellence in the Baltic states to help strengthen the regional framework in the areas of cyber defense, energy security, and strategic communications. Mr. Chair, while Canada has done much to help Ukraine meet its security challenges, the needs of the country are still greater. The Government of Canada will continue to work with our Ukrainian and international partners to further Ukraine's security. Canada will not rest nor back away when the security of Ukraine, a close friend and partner, continues to be threatened by a belligerent neighbour. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Order. À l'ordre. It being 11:58 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, the committee will rise and I will leave the chair. Order. À l'ordre. En conséquence, la Chambre demande.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.